Baby, you move me like a movie. You groove me like a groove. You're doing something to me. And I wanna be the one, wanna be the one for you. Standing there, music like a flower in your head. I wanna let your power in all night long. All night long. Overtime, the way your body boogie on mine, shaking, shimmy,
Radio.
There we go. Okay. I guess I had my mini muted, huh? Check the mic. There we go. Test. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I also want to try, let me see. Can I change my noise suppression on? Test. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. This is me when I'm speaking really low. Okay, that's fine. Right? This sounds okay? Clear, cool. All right, let's get to it. Nick, how are you? Let me do the big old wet down of a dry boy. I just filled up this Gatorade Zero with as much water. So it's like very watered down Gatorade Zero. I also got a little bit of tea. Bit of tea for the golf. We got some exciting stuff to work on today. Let's see. Okay. I actually did a bunch of work off stream. Also, so the last stream that I did, 1 second, hold on. The last stream that I did, I hopped off because I had to take a call, and then I just worked offline for the rest of the night. But I feel kind of bad. Just want to say sorry about that because I kind of left you all hanging. Anybody watching the VOD, or if anybody's even tuning in now to who was here when that stream ended. I left y'all hanging for like 10 minutes and then I fucking just split skis. But I put on screen, I was like, sorry, I gotta go. Anyways, I've been doing some work off stream. And yeah, I got a lot of cool things done. And we're gonna be working on more cool things. Hopefully, this week I'll be sending it to a few people to start getting feedback on some of the main things in the game. I'm really excited about fucking launching this update. We're getting very close. So we kind of get to do some big additions today. I think key of which will be, this is what we're looking at right now. This is my little checklist. So, is there a version of this that, yeah, here we go. Let's just consolidate this. Let's make it look nice. So, We have player curse check FSM that checks all the ways the player maybe is cursed and sets one master is cursed bool. Because there's different ways that the players can be cursed, and we want to just kind of look in all those different ways that they can be cursed, whether they have a cursed item in their inventory, whether they were cursed recently by the witch because they had like a direct encounter, or something like that. I think right now it might only be those two, but I think there also might be like a third option or something like that. So I got to put that in. And got to put in some more bushes. That's a really simple thing. We'll just kind of literally hop in and pop around some bushes. The thing I want to keep an eye out for this though, right, is, and I'm going to put in here and check the performance hit, maybe add culling to these. Because they run some physics checks, these bushes, so they can tell whoever is inside of the bush or outside of the bush to, yeah, be hidden. The next thing we have is young woman pays for milk, pay based on units of liquid. I feel like we should do this one first. I kind of think this is the one to do, because that means we get to put in some new dialogue. That means we get to do some new interactions. It's a key part of the system. I'm also semi-excited about making the logic that like looks at how many units of liquid are in the total batch of milk and then pay you based off of that price or based off that amount. I think that should be first, and then I think the second one will be witch enter through chimney. So these are two like kind of big fun systems to put in that I think will keep me busy all day. And then if we're lucky, I can come in here and do a little bit of cleanup work on these additional items that are in here. Okay. So, oh, do you want to see the thing that I worked on first, like that I've been working on off stream? This one's kind of fun. Here, I'm actually going to pause the music because the new system's kind of crazy. Or not new system, but like didn't I do, I don't know how much of the goat logic that I did on stream. I kind of feel like I didn't really put much on there. Or at all. Did I do any of the goat stuff on stream recently? So, check this shit out. Let me lower this. Pick up this axe. There's a goat right here. Hits the goat. Okay, that goat is now aggroed. He just like hit the door. Where is he? Oh shit, there he is. Oh shit. I didn't think he was gonna aggro me that fast. And look, you drop your axe. See, he just like, he looks at you. If he can see you, he'll look at you and then... Right? So he kind of just runs around and fucking headbutts the shit out of you. And then you drop whatever you're holding. If you're holding your baby, you also hold your baby. There's a few other things I put in. Let's see, and then, so what it does too is like, depending on which way you're facing when he knocks you down, like I've been kind of falling backwards, right? But if I turn this way, you can see that also I'm facing down when he hits me. Or when she hits me. And let's see, grab this. Oh, I added actually way more than this. Let me see, I'm gonna try to dodge him. It's kind of hard to dodge. But, so if I go over to this, and I'm like, say I'm like working on this, it cancels it, and so it does the thing where it like drops, and it just like lets it right out. So there's that. Jesus Christ. And then so, if I kill it, okay, that's it, when it's killed. And then if I hit it again, I want to work a little bit on how the presentation of this next part looks, but basically it's like, I still gotta put in a sound effect, and I think I want to just make those pieces of meat drop a little differently. I'd maybe spawn some more blood or something like that. But yeah, what it does is it spawns a bunch of raw goat meat. And I already set these up, so I can come in here. Oh fuck, we need wood. Okay, grab some of this. And put all these in. And then put these in. Okay, cooked, and cooked. Okay. And then, so you can see the texture changes. And then if we eat it, I did kind of add just a universal eating sound for everything. I set it up so that each type or each food can play its own unique sound. But by default, if I don't enter any unique sound, it'll just play it kind of from a default batch. So they all kind of have a generic chewing sound. So right now I'm using all the generic chewing sounds. But if I put anything in that's like kind of the bread, like so far all the foods that are here, I feel like they can totally use the generic chewing sound that I'm using, because it's like so far it's only eggs, chicken, goat, bread, and those 4 things. The sound effects you just heard, I feel like it very much is like, okay, you could play those. Oh my god, who did that heavy breathing disgusting? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Scarlet Red, this is let me try to get the sound playing. The breathing is Scarlet. So this is the sound. I think this is Scarlet's first time hearing it. So each one of these pants, and then if I stop, right? It's like catching her breath. And I go back to running. And then there's also a different sound for if you crouch, which is a more like controlled. You can hear her breathing through her nose. So if you're crouching, you are a little bit more quiet when you're catching your breath. But if we pause this and look at the where is it? Master audio. Where is it? Out of breath, right? Or no, catching breath. What is it? Oh, running breaths. Here we go. So you can see that there are 15 individual running breath sounds. And so if I select these, this is what they sound like individually. Wait, that's the wrong one. Here we go. So that's like one. And then this one. Right? Right. So while you're running, it just plays these in a random order without ever looping. And that way you get like a nice variation. Okay, wait, I kind of slayed that. You did. It's good. Am I a voiceover actor? You are now. Welcome to the club. To be honest, I made myself so lightheaded recording those. Dude, I know. I've done so many of these like vocalization things in the past. It has not only made my chest hurt, but it has made me lightheaded, and it has given me a headache if you really, really overdo it. Especially for like screaming and grunt and oh, you know what? The one I hear, I'll play the one that like really fucked me up. The one that gave me, here it is. This one. This is me going. So that shit is fucking difficult to do. And then there's one where it's like, so that's the sound of the person being choked, right? But then there's another sound that I recorded because the sequence is that your husband's choking you to death. So that's the sound of you being choked, right? You're the wife and you're losing your air. But then the husband himself is exerting himself like, ah, like that. And so I had to record his side as well. And that one, crazily enough, probably fucked me up more. Let me see, I think.
I am spoiling my...
No. You know, I think you just have to hear the combo. This is what the combo is. So this is both of them combined. Right? So that, dude, that killed me recording it. Like, I feel like I had like a headache after. I was pretty checked out at the end of that. So welcome to the club. You did good work, and thanks for your sacrifices. Yeah, they came out good. Let me see. So it's like what, the breathings, and then the only thing I was gonna have you, I was gonna have Scarlett. I already killed the goat, so I can't play it anymore. I was gonna have Scarlett record some of the vocalizations for oh, shut the fuck up, for being hit, but I found decent enough, like sort of ambiguous enough, like female grunting sounds off of an audio library. So that's what you hear when you get hit, because there's a nice little batch that sound pretty good when your goat is charging you. Let me see. Let's get the goat to charge us. Okay, so watch. When our goat hits us, you hear these sort of like kind of right. It's kind of like getting the wind knocked out of you. Where is it? So whenever she rams you, right, it's like, it's a very specific type of pain, that type of vocalization that I didn't think I was going to be able to find in a vocal library, but I found like very good, right? It sounds like a very guttural, like wind knocked out of you, like it's sort of, it's a very deep pain, right? So replaced by an audio library. I tried to get her before she got me. Can you, I don't know if you can actually land a hit if she's charging you. Let me try this. Oh, dude, I can't. It's a little difficult. If I find out that you can do it, I will absolutely make this an achievement. Come on. Nope, that's too early. Okay, that's enough of that. I showed cooking the meat. I showed eating the meat and stuff. Those are some of the new additions. I don't know what else really. What did I add? Oh, that's the other thing. So you see that I made sure that if she's chasing you, that she'll ram the door open. Oh fuck! She's probably gonna come in here and then. Yeah, she runs out. Since I'm standing on the bed, it sort of is off the navigation mesh and she doesn't know where to go. Oop. Also, she kind of just does this immediate flip and when she's looking at you, she just kind of spins around. But these are all things that you can finesse. I'll change those later. So the thing we're gonna work on today is getting the young woman to pay you based off of how much milk is in the batch that you give her. So let's make a little sub checklist on here. Young woman pays you for milk, right? Let me see. I'm also gonna look at I may have already put in my other checklist. Curses. I think it's under like the farming. Okay, bye. Toodles. Thanks for swinging by. Let's see. Temperature, baby, dog, other animals. Goat will aggro. Ravens, weird encounters, witch hunter, anti-witch balm. No. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Or is it? Maybe it's in new systems? Praying, curses, sleeping, miscellaneous systems. Damn, I know it's somewhere. I could have swore Oh, here we go. We'll pay you for delivering the jars of milk. Yeah, okay, so if she's home, she'll pay you then and there. So there needs to be check if she's just at home, right? So it's like we need to make young woman's home door interaction, right? So that's like check if she's home, then do deal. Okay, but if she's out, we have a little character entity thing on her, and we'll do the check like that. So when we talk to her, here's kind of the thing, is right now, if we go to the dialogue, conversations, young woman first encounter. So her dialogue right now is just this. She only ever kind of just talks at you, and then that's it. She says, good evening, I trust you, blah, blah, blah. Or I trust that you are aware of the witch, blah, blah, blah. And then she tells you the ingredients for making anti-witch bomb. What's up, handsome Demikos? Hello. You can you can safely say sexy now without being moderated by the slop bot. By the woke mob's slop bot. How are you doing? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. So I think what I had was, I think when you first talk to her, she should just say all this stuff. She should say, good evening to the I trust out aware, I mix ill to, okay, blah, blah, blah. So instead of just ending after she tells you the ingredients, I'm gonna make a few things. I'm gonna make one that basically says, anti-witch balm ingredients. And I'll just let the player sort of like use that as a button to get that answer again from her. And then the link will just send back. Like that. And then what you could do, Killer Potato, yo, I can't stay, but I will watch later. Check out the VOD. I might be streaming later. I might be doing kind of a, I have a lot of intention to do a very all day stream. We'll see how that goes, but I just think like, yeah, I'm gonna try to be doing a long one. Let's see if I can get in one of those 12-hour sessions in. It's a little hard to do the 12-hour sessions these days without like fucking Uber Eatsing everything. I'm trying not to Uber Eat stuff. But maybe I can still just go downstairs and warm up like a bowl of ramen or something, and just bring it back upstairs. I'm interested in doing a, oh, here, let's get these fucking tunes going too. I'm interested in doing a bit of a long sesh today. But thanks for swinging by to begin with. Oh, and also welcome back. Welcome home. Even though I'm not at your home, welcome back to where I know you were gone for a sec. He back. So this is just the end one. I think I'm gonna delete this transition and then say create child node. You could say you just say goodbye, whatever. And then this will make a link to the end. I'm trying to think of what else there. Oh, it's, hang on. So there's, I'm gonna be updating this as we go because there's a sort of new aspect to the game that might have you learn about these ingredients a little bit more in depth. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, what about create child node? We'll just do the thing that we came here to do. We'll talk about sell goat milk, right? And so this should kind of have its own, let's see, what does our little checklist say? Our checklist is like, if she's at home, then you do the deal there. But if she's not, if she's out and about, if walking around, then you want her to like tell you if you leave the milk at her house, she'll pay you the next time she sees you. So I do have some dialogue. Let me see, where is it? Here we go. Okay. So she'll say this. We'll make a node. Delete this. Boom, boom. And so when you try to sell goat milk, this is where the check happens. This is where it will check, like, are you out and about? Or is the young woman out and about, or is she at home? If she's out and about, then it will say this. And we'll call the title of this one not home. Why doesn't it show up? Dialogue text. How come it doesn't? Menu text? No. Description? Boom. Huh. Is it because I have to delete this first? And then do that? Oh, maybe. Hang on. Maybe the not home description has to go. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So this is what she says. If thou leavest the milk at my door, I shall pay thee when next we cross paths, or thou mayst fetch thy coin from my door thereafter. So we could do a check and then also say, let's make a create child node, go to here. I think we actually just do the link, right? Make links and we'll give them conditions after. So if she is, oh wait, you know what's funny? Is I think we can reuse this. I think it's smarter to reuse this conversation. Yeah. There's gonna have to be some checks at the top though, because it's two different places that you trigger this conversation from. There's like a actual collider on the, here I'll show you. On the collider of her home, let me see, world, other houses. Wait, really? Where the hell is this? That's funny. She kind of doesn't have jack shit on her. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and add an empty parent and call this young woman's house. Because fucking it's literally just the asset name right now. But so on her house, what we'll do is we'll add a collider right here at the door. And that way, when we're interacting with it, it can reference this same conversation, but it'll check, hey, is this being triggered from the door, or is this being triggered from interacting with the young woman? So here's the node where I can say, okay. Dialogue text. Fresh milk. God keep thee. Okay, so this is what happens if you sell it to her at her door. So we can add a condition for that. Do I have a variable for that already? Variables. Let's see. Young woman has anti-witch. Young woman is dead. I don't think she does. I don't think. Let's see. If we go to young woman's prefab and we check her character interaction for talk. Okay. What about on herself? Her behaviors. So when she's foraging, pick go home. Go home. Okay, if we go home, FSM gets enabled. I don't think, let me see. Current hour, destination. Yeah, none of this says anything about her being home. I think it's literally just she's considered home. Yeah, we just have it right here. Enter home. And then it just like, it waits for her to. So I'm gonna put it somewhere right here. We will do a set variable. The variable will be called young woman is home. Okay, we're gonna copy that so I don't totally fuck that up later. And we'll set that bool variable to true because she's home. And then we'll copy this and say that when she leaves, the first thing we'll do is put it up here. And set the variable to false. Okay, and then we'll just make sure we actually create this variable in the conversation. So conversations, we're checking this. Conditions, new variable, new, young woman is home, is true. Yes, that's what we want to do. Okay, and I could just copy this, come here, conditions, paste, except this one is false. All right, so this one happens when it's true, this one happens when it's false. Okay, looking good. And the result of which though, right, like, I think if she says, if thou leavest the milk at my door, I shall pay thee when we next cross paths, I think it should just make a link back to Oh, you know what? Hang on. This doesn't really make sense, because if you kind of imagine, this makes perfectly fine sense, but just aesthetically it's a little displeasing, because it's like, you have to imagine the dialogue screen being that when we get to this part where she says, I mix yellow tablets, and she tells you the ingredients for making anti-witch balm, that's what her current dialogue text is at the top of the screen. And then below that, you'll see these three options for you to say. So you'll be able to ask her to say those ingredients again, which doesn't make sense because it's like, it's clearly right above you. You just literally look at the top of the screen. That's what she just said. So we don't need to trigger that again. So I think maybe this button, I should delete these transitions. Let's delete these. And I might put this aside. I might want to use this after. But basically, after she tells you the ingredients, that's when you could just say goodbye or try selling her goat milk, right? So, hang on. Yeah. If thou leavest the milk, what does she say after that? If she does this, if you sell it to her, then you can just kind of make a link to go to the end, because we could do the little calculation here. We could send off some event or something. And then this one can also go to the end. I think like that. I think we should take a look at her. we should see how this plays out, I think. Also, really quick, up here at the top, since I'm already kind of here, this is where, let me see, what is this? This transition, it just says normal. So let's delete that. And we will first do a check that says, that asks if she's at home. Yeah, so it'll make a link that goes here. And then make a link that goes here. And this will do the same check that this other one did. So we will take this, the sell goat milk option. Well, what would it say though? Because this is almost like prompting you to say something without there being any text from her to begin with. What does that look like actually? I'm gonna leave this and we'll put in the conditions. This is young woman is home is true. And then this one is conditions young woman is home is false. I'm curious to see what that would look like if we try to trigger the conversation on her door. All right, let's take this young woman first encounter. That's the name of this. What's really nice is that the Playmaker actions for the dialogue system, they are really well made, but I'll show you something right now. It's like there's this thing where, let's go to the house really quick. And I'm just gonna put in a UI 3D object cube, and we'll call this like young woman door interaction, right? And then we'll, oh, that's so unfortunate that the house is rotated that way. All right, we're just gonna eyeball it, bring it in. I guess we'll face it this way, so it's facing out. And then we will, let's just go like this, stretch it out a little bit. And I'll show you the dialogue system actions right now, because let's see, let's make it stick out a little bit. There we go. And then turn off the mesh. Okay, and then we'll call it interactable no physics. Then we could steal from the old woman's house. The door interactable. Smart copy components. We'll take all that. Actually, we won't take the box collider, and we won't take these things, and we won't take that. We're just gonna copy the FSMs. So young woman, paste as new. Boom. And we'll call this young woman's door. There's already an inconsistency in the way I'm writing this, but fuck it, we ball. Booyah, grand ma. How's it going, man? Good day. Good day, Gov. How's it going, Gov? You doing good, Den? Gov. edu.gov.org. How's it going, man? We're just copy pastaing some logic, making it so we could talk to the young lady at her house now. So what, we interact with it, and then, ooh, spoiler, don't want to check that. And we'll keep the buffer. Get time, it should get the time to, and then start the conversation. Yeah, it sets the variable for that. Cool, starts the conversation, except here is young woman first encounter, which actually isn't the first encounter, but like I'm already committed to that as the title of the conversation, but fuck it. You making game, Gov? Oh, yeah, we making game, Gov. We making game, Gov. Here's the action that I was actually just talking about. I wanted to show this, because this start conversation action, it's like the Playmaker integration for Pixel Crusher's dialogue system. This is a modded version. Back when, because I was making this other game with my friends, it was like this analog horror game, and this action had this feature where the conversation value, it had like a drop down menu where literally you could select from. It was reading the database file, the conversation database file, and it lets you just select from a list all the conversations that you have created. And that's like really nice and convenient, right? Because otherwise, if you're writing a string in like this, if you fuck up the way you write the string, then it doesn't find the conversation. So this action was really nice, and it worked just fine. But the problem is that it also had a button to swap that drop-down menu with something like this, where you could just write in a string. Ooh, and Nick gave me the suck down because Nick wants to make sure I'm just so wet. So the button that lets you do the swap from the drop-down menu to entering a string manually, it appeared to work. It would actually change this, and I would type it in, but then you'd hit play, and then you'd go look at this, and it would change. It goes with the fucking. I will get jacked in a sec. But yeah, it would do this thing where like basically, it'd be like, no, thank you. I'm not gonna use manually entered strings, and it would just set it to like a null value from the little drop down menu. So I've changed this action to be manually entering things, even though this game currently does not require that. The last game that I was making had more like procedurally based things, and so being able to turn the conversation name into a variable was like it helped a lot. It made things way easier. But the only thing that sucks is that like since I copied over a whole Unity project, I still have that version. All right, let's get jacked. Here, we're switching to the cam only? Yeah, all right, here we go. Oh, fuck. All right, it's a failure again? I don't know which ones I want to do today. I guess we'll just do this. All right, some of these. I really do feel like I should put more weight on this shit. I keep saying that every single time. I also wonder if I should not do it to failure. Let's just give you, here, I'll give you 15 more. I don't even know, I'm not even counting how many I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right. It's a nondescript redemption, so I can get away with making up the rules. All right. Damn, looking good when you work out. Yeah, thanks. Okay, let's make this fucking conversation work. So, let's see. It does not need to disable look and move like that. Excuse me. And it should wait. Okay. And that's fine. Okay. Let's just try it. Let's just see if that works. All right, hit and play. I'm gonna have to manually, let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. I just did something really funny though. Hang on. Yeah, this doesn't work. Hold on. I just totally forgot to make a check if you are interacting with the door or the young woman. That's actually very, very funny. So what we'll do is, son of a bitch. I think it needs to be all these conditions, right? Like, yeah. When the player interacts with the door, they will also be setting a bool value, a variable. Hang on. Yeah. Set variable. The variable will be called player at young woman's door. The bool variable will be true for just a moment. And then, can we get rid of this buffer? Yeah. And then back here, it'll be set to false. So waits a second. So after we start conversation, let's wait even longer. Let's wait 2 seconds. So the conversation has time to kick in. Okay. Yeah. So now we could check for this variable first. If the player, what does this check for? Young woman is home. It immediately goes there. But if she's not home, it goes here, even if you interacted with the door. So this should be, yeah, it says all must be true. This should be if variable young woman or player at young woman's door is false. Apply. You know what's also kind of frustrating is now I'm thinking like, well, what if the player goes to her house and then and hasn't talked to her ever before? She wouldn't say good evening. Well, I guess maybe she would say good evening to thee. She also said, I'm getting lost in the weeds right now on the specificities because I'm like, oh, she shouldn't say good evening to thee. Excuse me. If you're talking to her in the morning, which I think a lot of people are, because the game starts at like 6 in the morning, and odds are you probably made it out to the woods to talk to her. If you rushed over there, you could make it to her like before even noon, I think. I'm gonna need to hire Tiffany Purdue to say good morning to thee, good afternoon to thee. I don't know if I can afford that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I can afford all these variations of these voice lines. Okay, let's make up my life easier, and we'll just say that if young woman is home is false, and players at young woman's door is also false, then she says these things. And then this one is young woman is home is true. This one kind of already presupposes that the only possible way you're talking to her is if you're at her door, because you shouldn't be able to interact with that thing. But just to be super duper safe, right? I'll add plus, and then I'll say player at young woman's door is also true. Apply. Okay. Yeah, okay. Actually, hang on, no, because then when you get here, fuck, this is tricky. Can we visit the witch's house? As of, excuse me. As of right now, literally the only thing that I've been debating as to whether or not should make the cut is the Baba Yaga house. I'm still unsure about that. I took all of my ideas that I said I was going to release over the next like few years in small updates for Halloween, and I'm putting them all into this update. Exempt from that list is the Baba Yaga house, which is the classic witch house that has chicken legs, and then you have to kind of say a magic password or whatever. It always has its back to you, and then like you have to say the magic password for it to turn around, squat in front of you, and like grant you entry. That's kind of the only thing that I'm like, I've always wanted to do that one. That's been like a very early on day one sort of idea. But there's so many of these little extra of like, implications. That's what I always think of, is implications. There are implications and sort of like unforeseen implications that come out of a system like that. It's already, that manifests already in all these other things that I'm adding, where I'm like, oh shit, wait, what if this? That implies that this should be like that. That implies that I have to consider this, and now that implies that, and that is just like, that can trickle down forever, and that could, suddenly my few months of working on an update turns into fucking 3 years of me working on a fucking game, you know what I'm saying? So, the probably one of the more daunting ones was the witch's house. I want to, though. We'll see how far along I get, especially because hopefully this week will be when I finally send the game out to friends to play and kind of give me some feedback on. And if I'm feeling good enough about it, and if people don't really catch some major logic loopholes, or sort of like game breaking, like not even bugs, but game breaking like logic, then I may start to consider putting in the Baba Yaga house. Okay, so the thing I was getting at right now, though, is that like this condition of player at young woman's door equals true, I'm gonna actually get rid of that, because this actually doesn't need to be true. Because if the young woman is home, then it's just gonna go there. I think this should be above normal priority. I think that will give it a little bit more. And then this, let's see if this works. I kind of feel like this is probably this will probably be sorted now. Let's see. Play the game. So I guess we'll run to her house first. That's what I'm mostly curious about. Okay. So let's see if I can interact. I'm not even interacting with it. Let's see. Young woman's door interaction. Oh, you know what happened? I forgot to change the name of the FSM being interacted with. All right, let's try that. It says it's the young woman's first encounter. It said it started, but it may have stopped the conversation because of some variable. Andrew, if you're still in chat, do you ever look at the live status of your dialogue system state machine? Because I feel like when I look at it, I'm not sure when I'm looking at the live version of it. Because this isn't the live version of it, is it? Am I looking at what it's currently running, or is there a setting I have to like toggle to make this the version that is live and not just the sort of asset? Because I know I have done that before, but I feel like I've been sort of finicky about it would be green, right? Right, okay. So there's not a thing I have to toggle, it would just be showing me. Okay, so this is waiting for young woman is home is false. Oh, you know what's kind of funny? Let's see. Variables. Young woman. I don't remember a toggle to show live debug. Maybe I'm thinking of the variables, because that you do toggle, right? Isn't there like a separate window? Because this wouldn't show me the thing. I think I have to do this and then say like somewhere in here, right? But I just want to make sure that young woman is dead is a variable. Young woman is home is here. Conversations. Yeah, I guess my conditions are that young woman is home is false, and player at young woman's door is also false. It would go here. It only appears when the game is running. Oh, so I have to like play unfocused and then do like this or something. No, the variables tab, because the game is running right now. See, I'm just playing unfocused. Locations. Are you positive the dialogue was triggered? I think it was triggered and then canceled. I think based off of, I'm pretty sure that the conversation started and then stopped, because I think it basically was like, actually, could it have? No, because it at least would have came to here first. I mean, is it possible that it could have ended just based on, let me see here. I know a very de facto way to find this out. Dialogue, basic events. Yeah, it came here and it said start conversation, but it never ended it. Because this state machine says 1 and this says 0, and this is the only time. That is kind of strange. Let me see. I can also trigger it manually right now just to like really make sure. So if I do this again, let's see, if I do it again and then pause while it's still in that state. Young woman first encounter, that's the name of this conversation, right? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Door interaction, start conversation. Young woman first encounter. Yeah, that is strange. Very, very strange, because even here, I'm seeing that this is being triggered. And this dialogue start conversation only happens when I have dialogue system running a conversation. What could it possibly be? You know, a good way to test this is like if I literally just make like if I delete these transitions and then create a child node right here and say this is a test, and then create a child node, yeah, and yeah too, and then create a child node, make link here. All right, so then what if I come back here, select the door, let it play, let it finish, and then do it again. Oh, interesting. Is this misspelled or something? Unless that doesn't... Huh. Dialogue manager seems to be good. You knew it? Knew what? You knew what? No, the very... Oh, wait. You aren't even triggering the convo? But what the hell happened? Young woman's first encounter. Young woman first encounter? Is it am I like not spelling this right? Huh. You know what I'm kind of curious about? First of all, does it change these changes? This is an asset, right? Okay, so I'm gonna leave these changes for this. This is a test thing, except now I'm gonna play it again. Maybe there's some type of compilation thing that has to happen, you know, like or compiling thing that has to happen. Let's see, go to game, play maximized. All right, we're gonna give this another go. We're gonna zip over to the house. Fuck. Woo! Make sure I'm looking at my map. Okay. And then oh, and then I forgot to do this again. I'm stupid. This is kind of a inconsequential thing, but copy that, paste that, boom. All right, and then I can knock on door. So that's funny. It is working. That at least what that tells me is that some of the conditions I had set for the conversation were like canceling it somehow or preventing it from running. Press paste, there, dialogue, young woman. Huh. Yeah, that's kind of funny. This doesn't, I mean, it's clearly it's running now, but like, this isn't, there's nothing green here. Is there a setting maybe, where it's like, this should be, there's probably a toggle, right? I think so too. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Where does bro keep his shit again? There's variable viewer, first of all. Unique ID tool, localization tools. Oh, you think just in the actual dialogue manager itself? Subtitle settings, localization settings. Camera and input, bark alert, other settings maybe. Include sim status. Oh, debug level. None, error, warning, or info. Dialogue time mode. On start trigger, wait for data, allow simultaneous conversations, include sim status. What is sim status? Could it not, is that not like the simulate? No, that doesn't make sense, huh? Essentially a database, don't hide immediate during warm up. Preload resources, don't destroy unload. I'm not super, well, it would be helpful. That would be nice. Oh, wait. What about? Yeah, look at that. So do you see that? Right now, here's the thing, is it wasn't showing us the green in that moment because I had the game paused while I wasn't looking at this. But then I unpaused it while it was unfocused and then it lit up, and then I paused it again and it stayed lit up. So I think there's something about like, as long as the dialogue system UI elements are like actually being, what do you call it? Like rendered or whatever. So you got to move that to a different window so you can run both. Yeah. I might do that right now. This is, if this is a problem, but I think mainly what I wanted to get to the bottom of first was like, what my conditions were, because I think that's a me problem. So from the start, I was like, oh, this is just kind of a me problem. That was like a bit of a side quest to get the display stuff, because I usually don't have to look at that. And right now, I know that what I really need to figure out first is like what the variables were. But I could also see dialogue. This is what I was looking at first. Where is it? Tools, variable viewer. This is what I was looking for initially. So I'll put that, I guess, like right here. That's a good place right there. That's not bad. So what I'll do is make a link that goes here, make a link that goes that. Oh, you know what it should be? Here, just create child node. And this will have its own little hello. And then you can make a child, make a link to here. And so this will only trigger if the conditions are, what is it again? It's like players at young woman's door is true, apply. I think that's kind of the only condition, right? It'll go there. And then this one, oh wait, and, sorry. Another one. Players at young woman door and young woman is home is true, and both have to be true. Okay. Because you can also make the third option of, that's what I should have done, is if the dialogue text will be ... In fact, we could put this over here and then make a, let's see, make a link to just end the conversation. This one, I've got my written driver's license test tomorrow. I've failed 3 practice tests so far. Holy shit. I failed so many times for my California driver's license. Or actually, that's not true. I think I've only failed once. What am I talking about? No, I failed my CHESP 3 times. My California high school proficiency exam. I failed that 3 times. I only failed my driver's license test once because a fucking school bus pulled out in front of me, and then like it was a really super wide road, and I still went around it because I was like, surely this super duper wide road is totally chill, but it's like, nope. there's ever a school bus in front of you, you just can't go around it at all, even if it's pulled over. Were your fails like catastrophic failures? School bus, oh god, you psycho. They're just kids, bro. It's totally expendable. They're expendable. Children, they're a dime a dozen, dude. But why did you fail? Because those are practice tests too, right? Like that's kind of like you're meant to fail those. That's sort of like the idea behind practice tests, isn't it? It's 100 true false questions, and you got less than what, like 60 or something? What do they qualify as like a fail? That's also probably a Japanese fail, not an American fail, because an American fail is like there's leeway. Japanese fail, I imagine there's 90% more is passing. Yeah. Well, study harder, do better. So I've gotten like 80% every time. Damn. And are you tracking what your problem questions are? Which ones are getting you? Because failing 3 times, I guess, what, are they not, is it like every time you take it, the questions are different or something? If the test questions are fixed, like if they're static, shouldn't this be sort of, don't you got this in the bag? Unless it's like generating super like crazy, or if somebody just wrote a bunch of like they're not fixed. Okay, yeah, that is kind of interesting to have like a bunch of test questions that are getting at the same thing but are like written in different ways too. Each test is worded differently. Right. Yeah, skill issue. Definitely skill issue. Yep, that's what that is. I'm hoping that the real test just isn't as hard. I mean, yeah, that's very, I can see how that would be possible. That'd be possible, but like also, I mean, it may be even harder. I've never failed a driver's test in the US. Dude, I was so pissed because it was going swimmingly with mine, and then that fucking school bus happened, and I was just like, God damn it. But then my driver was like, but hang on, if you could do this slalom, is that what you call them? Slalom or whatever, and I don't spill a single drop of my coffee, then not only do you pass, but you get to keep this car. And Mr. Beast was in the back seat, and then I just fucking, I was like, and bro's coffee was just like, and I just aced it, and that was it. That's how I got my driver's license. Thanks, Mr. Beast. Written practical first time every try. But that's also because you're like a car head. You're into that shit. I was like, like getting my driver's license, I knew would be important, and it would be like fucking, you know, especially living in Los Angeles. But I just also kind of like, I wasn't like excited for it necessarily. Was Mr. Beast the pet name for your backpack? What does that even mean? Is that a fat joke? What does that mean? Mr. Beast the pet name for your backpack. All right, I gotta lock in here. What are these conditions? These conditions for, this is like if the player is at door and the woman's not home. Conditions, new conditions, all must be true. No. First one, young woman is home is false, apply. And new players at young woman's door is true, apply. Yeah, all these conditions must be true. Okay, so it'll be like this, ... she's not home. Right, and then this one is players at the young woman's door is true, and the young woman is home is true. And this one is young woman is home is false, and player at young woman's door is false. Surely this works. Surely this works. Play plus 5386 says, my God, Kratos turned into baby boss. What in the world does that mean? You said Mr. Beast was in the backseat. Yeah, Oh, because you put your backpack in the back seat like a baby? You call me a baby? Is that a baby joke? Hang on. Let's get to this door. Let's get to this fucking door. Come on, almost there. Okay, so I'm gonna pause it right when I do it. Okay. So, game, unfocused. Oh, god damn it. Hang on, I know. I still forgot to, oops, foot is cramping. Oh my god, my foot is cramping. I forgot to rename this FSM again. I keep fucking making this mistake. Okay, really quick. Now let's do this. Let's do this. Here we go. Ready? I'm gonna knock on this door. Here we go. There we go. ... Great, because she's not home. Cool, that works. ... She's not home. So, what we should be able to do is can you set dialogue system variables in real time? Like if I change these variables, that's just like what it is. Yo, Justin6, hello Steven, how goes it? Hello, welcome in. It goes pretty good. We're getting over some of these hurdles with me not being able to look at the variables, and this, I think this is gonna help. Instead of me having to go into these values in some other really convoluted way. I'm about to find out, and I think, let me see, dialogue system, how you doing, man? How's it going? How is everything going? You can change variable values live in the watches tab. Is that what this one is? Is this not, oh, in this one? Wait, why in the, what is the watches tab? I've never used this tab in my life. Can I not just change them here? In the variables tab? So on the top right, add a variable. Top right, menu, add runtime variable. Ah, so. Young woman is dead. Add runtime variable. Oh no, not woman is dead. Young woman is home. And then player at young woman's door. Okay, so young woman is home is true. And then this is true. Okay, so let's see what happens when I do this. So this should be, she should ask, I should be able to sell her eggs here. Hello? And then, or goat milk rather. Sell goat milk. Fresh milk. God keep thee. Great. Okay. Hello, sell goat milk. Fresh milk. Okay, brilliant. So that's that. That's a hot tip. I appreciate that, Andrew. This is gonna help. Depends on if you're instancing the database or straight using it. I am straight using it. Do you instance your database? I saw that just as I was like really like only seeing some of those values for the debug section a moment ago. I saw on my manager it was like run an instance, and I was like, I don't know why anybody would do that. I instance it because I add stuff at runtime. Wouldn't you want to not instance it? Or you're saying you instance it because you don't want the destructive part. Procedural variables. Oh, you mean you add variables at runtime. Dude, I didn't know you, wait, are you saying you add variables at runtime? Is that what you're telling me? That's actually kind of crazy. That's what I wanted to do in an old game with this. Fuck. I did some other very convoluted way where I use the existing variables. You can do that. That's sick. All right, well, that's good to know for future projects. I didn't necessarily want to do it with this, I don't think. Yeah, so far this has been, the static selection is what I needed. But that is good to know. It's better not to. Yeah, I figured as much. I imagine that can get unwieldy, but powerful for a situation in which things are more dynamic. Instancing it means I can't change it live and debug quickly. Okay, that makes sense. Justin says, "What's up?" Let's see if this different. What did I say? Wait, refresh. If I say, oh wait, young woman is home. Players at young woman's door. Okay. Because now that's true and that's false. But if I, okay, that's good enough for me. What we should do is bring the young woman. Bring her out, ladies and gentlemen. The young pregnant woman. Bring her out. Let's have a chat with her. Young pregnant woman, game object. Move to view. Jesus, that wasn't helpful. Let's bring her right there. She's kind of a giant. She's a bit of a giant. Okay. What the hell? Oh, because she got... I'm gonna bring her back one more time. Game object, move to view. And then, let's see. Is she not snapping to the nav mesh? Come on, lady. All right, we'll bring the player to her then. Young pregnant woman, focus on her. Player, game object, move to view. And then we'll bring the player, oops, right here. Game, boom. Where is she? Where is she? There she is. Okay, so, the young woman is home should be false. She's not home, right? Okay, so now when we talk to her, good evening to thee. Yep. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, now here's where it happens. Okay. Ah, interesting. So I only have the goodbye option. Move to view, I didn't know that existed. Yep. Yes, sir. Y'all clapping on this dialogue system? Andrew is my guiding light right now. I think he knows the dialogue system much better than I do. I guess you were both using it. I remember it on stream for Alpine, like, yes, that's right. I haven't fully used all of its magical capabilities, but the few things that I do use it for are wonderful. I do love authoring conversations with it. It's so smooth and it's so just easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Burby. The young woman's first encounter dialogue left me here. Now, I think it's because this, aha, it says young woman is home is true. I think that's what needs to be gone. Because that doesn't need to be true. Because this needs to be that she's true. And then by the time we arrive here, this is an option. So now when I interact with her, let's do it again. What the hell? Hang on. Young prego. Young woman entity. Character root proxy. Yeah, it's targeting her. Invisible character interaction. Talk. And then she just, okay, so you can't talk to her when she's walking home. That is interesting. Okay, gonna make a couple fixes. So, first of which, because this keeps bugging me, the door interaction, I need to remember that this is the name of it. Boom, that's fixed. Next, on the young woman, wait, also this changed, right? If I select this, yeah, the conditions, now all these conditions are right. But on the young woman, character interaction, talk, she was here at go home, and I want to make sure that you can still interact with her while she's walking. it's a little... all right. We're gonna add the interact event. Wait, she's in... I think you can do this. I think you can set agent is stopped. I haven't used this in a long time. I think the difference between set agent is stopped and reset path, I think reset path is like it just kills the movement altogether and it kills it like really fast. I want to say setting is stopped maybe like uses their like brakes or like easing system or something, which isn't bad, but we're about to find out if this actually works. Young pregnant woman, young woman root. Okay, is stopped. We're gonna set to true. And then we will with a we'll play these, do these. Oh, I guess you kind of just do this. Except, I'm gonna put these out here, the stop behaviors, and then this one will just be stop anim plus sound. So that way we can keep some of this logic and not have to duplicate a bunch of shit. Agent is stopped. And then I think literally what we do here is like, we just make sure at the top, we set this to false. I'm very curious to see if this works, because essentially what should happen is that she should just retain her path without having to calculate it again. And then us saying is stopped to false should make her resume. I believe. Okie dokie. And that way she doesn't like reinitialize those things that she already started up, and cool. Let's figure it out. Okay, game, play. Cross your fingers. Okay, and then let's queue up the young woman. Queue her up, focus in on her. We're already by her. Well, okay, she's standing right there. Let's move the player there. Move to view. Okay, we're dropping in. And then if I talk to her, good evening to thee. Yes, 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 yes. And let's see what happens here. Okay, there we go. Goodbye and sell goat milk, right? Sell goat milk. If thou leavest the milk at my door, I shall pay thee next time we cross paths, or thou mayst fetch the coin from my door thereafter. Okay, and then great, and then she should just keep doing what she's doing. So then she walks, and then we should be able to interact with her again. She stops. Good evening to thee, and that's fine. This is a dialogue system thing, so I'll just change what she starts with. And I'll just say sell goat milk again, or I'll just say goodbye. Yeah, and then she gets back to doing. And as long as she keeps walking and she doesn't stop to pick up flowers right now, I think this is basically the correct. Yeah, she is continuing to go home, right? Is this what the map looks like? Yeah, we're going in that direction. Good, so that's where she's going. Cool, so that means that the thing I have to fix is that in the dialogue, all that works except for when we talk to her again, what it should check is, has she already said the good evening to thee part? And I think what would be an elegant solution is, instead of going directly to this whole middle chunk, this should require a condition called Is Andrew still in chat? Because I have a question. I have a dialogue system question. Because I'm about to make a bool variable that just says, have I told you this shit before? You are? Okay, yo, bro. So, like, here's the thing. I've made these bool variables for, like, have I told you shit before, right? And then, if true, that means don't go to this chunk of the dialogue system, right? Is that what you do? Or is there some nice, convenient built-in feature that doesn't require me making a whole new bool variable and can just, like, check if we got here? That's what you did too? Okay, fair enough. That's fine. That's no problem. I just didn't know if that would ever get unwieldy. I can imagine it getting a little unwieldy if you have like a super big game. But I thought that there might be some automatic thing where it's like, if the dialogue system has entered these states before, then don't enter it again. I think there is technically a way to do it. Fancy automatic, but it's a pain. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, I will withhold the fancy automatic way. It makes every single node saved and cached. Eee! God. Throw me out the fucking window. Holy. So the condition I'll set will be new variable. I said new. Called young woman first encountered is true. It should be false, and then you go here. And then when you get here, Nick, always keeping me wet. Thank you. I actually need to refill that. Or I have another one, just full on Gatorade here. And then when it gets to like, like right, I mean, shit, I think you just put it here. You say, yeah, you get to here and you say, oh, son of a bitch. Now I do. Ugh. I want her to go through this. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry. I'm watching like the manic, neurotic game dev come out of me right now. This will set a condition, or it's in scripts, right? So you say, setting the variable of young woman is first encountered to true, we apply that. So that means when it gets to the end of this conversation that first encounter is now set to true, and it won't come here anymore. And that way we can make a new child node from here that says this, but is, actually we won't even do that. We could just do, or yeah. You say condition is true. Oops. And then we're going to change this to a little dialogue thing that says something like, wait a second. Guess I'll go to sleep now. Good night. Nick, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the times that you made me so wet with this. Have a very good night. Sweet dreams. Sploosh. Splish splash, I was taking a bath. Wasn't there a while where I was saying that a lot on stream? Why do I have memories of saying splish splash, I was taking a bath? The question I have right now too, with my veteran Pixel Crushers dialogue system tech support in chat, is, and I think I've already answered this question myself right now, but I don't do it as often, but when I arrive at this node, instead of coming down here to these questions, is there a way where I could just make the next dialogue options pop up? Isn't there? Because I was about to make like a little intermediary one that basically has her say the same thing, where it's just like, I don't want to make her say good evening to thee twice. I don't know what I should do about it, to be honest. So you want to, yeah, I wanted to skip these. Like, she says good evening to thee, and if you haven't talked to her ever before, she says all this shit. But if you have talked to her, I want it to go straight to being able to press this sell goat milk button and this goodbye button. I basically want these two options to become the options that pop up. Like, she says good evening to thee, and then these two will just display. Do I just make links to both of those? And in the fail state, set it to skip. Wait, so on each one of those nodes, you can make the condition has talked to. Default is set to block. Oh, that's right, the setting to block thing. So on this first one, I have it so that on this first one it says that you've talked to her equals false, that it needs to be, the condition needs to be false, like you've never talked to her before, and it'll come here that this will be the thing. Could I just make a link that comes to the goat milk answer, and then make a link to the goodbye answer, and then just make the conditions for these something else? I think that makes sense, right? Conditions, and then we'll say variable young woman first encountered is true, apply. Oops, why did that not happen? Oh, there we go. Variable young woman first encountered true, apply. And then this one, conditions, apply. Then in the sequence, make that empty node go to the right. Like I do see, that's kind of that's what I've done before, is I make a little intermediary node. Right. So instead of making these two explicit conditions, I'm gonna delete these, and then I make a child node that says like actually this might be it. I think I already kind of started doing that, huh? This one right here, where I say like the conditions is I have encountered her, and then the false condition is block. Yeah. And then I can make a link that goes to this, and then make a link that goes to that. That makes sense, right? And I could title this like already talked to her. Yeah, make this empty one. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's see if this, we run it. Oh, the sequence I should put continue though, huh? Continue. So it doesn't, okay. All right, I'm gonna play it. Booyah's so good at dialogue, at Pixel Crusher's dialogue system, that they call him Mark Lee 2. They call him Mark Lee Mark 2. The Mark Lee Mark 2 of the Pixel Crushers dialogue system community. Oh, I forgot. She ain't even gonna be. Let's see. Pop her in. Okay. And then she's right there. Select the player. Move to view. Also, by the way, is Control to Alt. What is it? Control Alt F. I used to use that, but now I just. Wait, where is she? Did I land on her head? I did. Tony Lee. Is that what it was? Why am I thinking Mark Lee? Who's Mark Lee? Tony Lee. Tony. Damn, the Mark II joke doesn't work anymore. Who's Mark Lee? All right, here we go. Talk to her. Good evening to thee. Trust thou art aware. Yes, yes. Who's Mark Lee? My bad. I haven't had to message Tony Lee in a very long time. Okay, there she goes. And then I could say goodbye. Okay. I could stop her again, talk to her again. Good evening to thee. And I could just say goodbye. However, now she's not telling me this one, the goat milk one. Oh, it's saying first encountered and what? Ah, look, when I accidentally added something, I didn't delete this and. Stupid. Okay, let's try that again. Wait a second. Wait a second. I should delete it for both of these. This should only, no, I'm gonna delete it for both of these. These should not have that condition. There we go. Okay. So now, if I stop her and talk to her. Good evening to thee. I don't know why goodbye is the only one that pops up still. Dialogue. Sell goat milk. Has no conditions. Now neither does this one, but for some reason only. I mean, it might be because I changed a bunch of shit during runtime, right? Like, that's also possible. Continue. What happens when you remove continue, by the way? Good evening to thee. Dialogue. Gotta step away to ask questions. I won't. I have no more questions. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your love. Okay. It might be another one of those things where it changed at runtime. Remember last time that happened? So I am just going to play it from the top again, because now that I fixed those other conditions, it might just need to be, it might just have been like a compile thing. Right, this doesn't have any conditions anymore, and this one doesn't either. Good. This doesn't have pass-through anymore. All it requires is that the young one first encountered is true. It's good. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna save it. Hit it. Don't quit it. And then I'm gonna pause, activate the young woman, bring the player over to her, Control Alt F, play it. Did I land on her head? Nope. Okay, talk to her. Good evening to be, yep, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sell goat milk, great. Okay, then she walks away. Stop her again. Good evening to thee. Good, now they're both working. Okay. Perfect. It's all looking good. It's all looking good. Sell her some more goat milk.
If thou leavest the milk at my door, I shall pay thee when next we cross paths, or thou mayst fetch thy coin from my door thereafter.
What a mouthful. Have fun with that, Tiffany Purdue. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. The other thing that I was thinking about doing is, if we really want to go big or go home here, is that if you do knock at her door, that I think you also make a I think instead of going directly to this, you go to this. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Here we go. Delete. That. Make link and go there. And if you've already talked to her, but if you haven't, you go here. It's kind of funny because now that I look at this, it really is like, what even is the fucking difference? Right, is this the only difference? Down here, when you try to sell her the milk, this might be the only difference. Young woman is home. I mean, there's also kind of like a, maybe you can add some type of variation to like the response she gives, because she's, and this is if she's not home. So that counts for something too. Okay. All right, I think basically this all still kind of checks out. So, yeah, what's next? Oh, do the actual calculation for selling her the milk. Okay. Where's the to-do list, baby? Young woman door interaction, check if she is home, then to deal. Yes. If walking around. Okay, we need to. What is the logic here? If you sell goat milk, I think there's actually. She kind of needs to have responses. This is kind of a complicated system. You could sell her goat milk by coming to her door with a big crate of bottles of goat milk. And if she's home, the goat milk is all cleared from that crate's inventory. You just keep a crate, you keep the empty crate. And then you're paid for the amount of milk that was in all of those bottles collectively. If she's not home, then what does she say? If thou leavest the milk at my door. Right, so here's the question. Do we make it so the player literally puts the milk, the crate of milk at her door? Or even, you know, individual bottles of milk at her door, which I think is also fine. Oh God. That gets so like, there's all these like quality of life things where it's like, yeah, if the player wants to leave individual bottles, that should be fine. And it should also be fine if the player wants to leave the crate there. Okay, so there's that, right? Let's say they do leave it. She's not home, player leaves a bunch of milk there. Then what? They go and they find her out in the forest. And they said, I left the milk there. And then she could say something like, because what does she say here? She says, or thou mayest fetch thy coin from my door thereafter. Or right here, the first part, she says, I shall pay thee when next we cross paths. So I think what that means is that she has to see that you've left the milk there. Like, I don't want the player to be able to swindle her, right? I think it's like customer receives product first and then seller receives payment. So that is to say, you leave it at her door and jack shit doesn't happen. You don't get paid until she comes home and collects the milk. So when she gets home, the milk does get collected and sort of disappears or whatever. And that is now when she is ready to pay you. So I guess there's kind of like a value that is like ready to pay player, or like has received milk. Young woman received milk. Right? And if that's true, then in this dialogue, the next time you talk to her about the goat milk stuff, she'll check if that bull is true, and then pay you if it is true. Right. So selling the goat milk. This needs to be young woman is home is true and young woman has received milk. Right. Or wait, this is what's funky about it. Because if you're at her door and you have the milk, I think there needs to be an attempt for the system to collect any milk that the player is currently holding. And then, so it's kind of like a milk calculation thing. So for example, you get rid of this, what is this condition? Young woman, home is true. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. And we're gonna get rid of this. And we're gonna say sell goat milk. We're gonna create a new child node. This one is just for doing a calculation. This one is going to What is the old ladies one? Because I think the old ladies logic is like, yeah, I had these like groups and stuff, and then you press the button to give her eggs. I want to copy some of this logic because this already kind of takes care of the things. What it does is it literally checks in that moment for all of the, oh, you know what? At the start here, given eggs, or was it events? Is that why? No, just starts the conversation. Okay. Does this have events? No. No. I think maybe the values it's checking for the eggs when you sell eggs to the old lady, I think the amount of eggs that you're carrying and everything is actually already calculated. Like, it's actually calculated before you even knock on her door. Because when you are putting eggs into the little basket that you used to sell to her, that's where the number is being set. Like, there's a variable for the dialogue system that sets that. So I think we basically need to do the same thing within the milk, that adding milk to those little jars is a dialogue system variable. And that way the dialogue system, or the dialogue for the young woman, is only using these conditions, and we don't have to do this little intermediary thing I was about to put. I was about to put a thing that basically, like, yeah, we can get rid of that. So the fresh milk, God keep thee, we'll make a link to that. But the conditions for it are that she's home, first of all, and has received milk. Right? This is kind of frying my brain a little bit, because there's all these different versions of, like, if you show up with the milk, if you left it at her door. I kind of want to make my life a little bit easier by, like, reducing the amount of options that the player has to do it. But I also don't feel good about that. I like the idea of the player sort of being able to do these things at their own like letting them being able to manage their schedule that way, right? Because I don't want you to the player to feel like so locked into, like, oh, they have to, like, there she is. Like, what if you walk up to her? Like, does that mean that, like, does she just carry them home? Does she pay you and carry them home? But then she takes your crate. You know what I mean? Like, then there's all this, like, there's all this logic behind, like, this reminds me, when I was in Paris, there was like a restaurant down the street, and I went to go get dinner there, and I ordered takeout. Like, I said, yeah, let me get this, like, pasta to go. And at the end of waiting, they just gave me this big dish, like a nice dish with, like, nice, like, fancy utensils and everything. And it was, like, all very, like, you know, it wasn't like some shitty restaurant with some throwaway ass gear. It was like some nice gear. And the dude said, he's like, do you live around here? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, he's like, well, can you bring this back, like, tomorrow or something? I was like, oh yeah, sure, that's fine. So bro just let me take home, like, this whole dish of pasta and, like, the silverware and everything. And then I went home, ate it, and then, you know, washed it. I properly washed the dish. He also got some free work out of me. And then the next day I walked back to the restaurant and gave him back his dish and his cutlery. Anyways, that is all to say that, like, I want to afford the player the same sort of, like, you know, considerations that the dude at that restaurant gave to me. But also, holy shit, like, this is kind of frying my brain. All these condition checks for, like, wow, is the player home? Like, how much, like, dude, well, I don't want to, like, God. Sell goat milk. You know what it is? It's an int. It just has to be young woman is home is true, and then, like, and then you make another one, a new variable, new number. It's called like goat milk amount is greater than like 1 or 2 units. Apply. I think that's gonna make my life a little easier. So she'll say that, right? And then what you could do is make another child node and then make the link that comes back here. I think you literally say like young woman is home is true and goat milk amount is less than 2. Apply. She'll say, and I'll just put placeholder like this isn't enough milk to buy. Or like, I'll need more than this. Or please come back when you can sell more than just this. Okay? Something like that. I'll fucking dial it in later. But like, yeah. So when you attempt to sell goat milk, right? And then, I mean, even another one is, let's see if we really kind of, let's take everything. Wait, can you not do Control A up in this bitch? Okay. And I take these. I think you make another child node that's like, it's basically this one, except actually if young woman is home and goat milk amount is less than or equal to 0. Let's say 0.1, just to be sure. Apply, make a link to this, and this she'll say, you know what it could be is, if that leaves milk on my door, I shall pay the extra price, or that should no. Yeah, she could say something just like, oh, no milk. That's okay. Whatever, you know, some of these I need to workshop the dialogue, but the logic is at least here for these few lines. So it's all based off of the goat milk amount variable. So we'll copy that, and this is the value that we'll be using whenever we fill up these little bottles with goat milk. You know what kind of sucks? Is that, oh, this game has kind of a dynamic ass liquid system where you can mix liquids. So if you took a bucket of water, poured some of it out, and then milked a goat into the same bucket, you'll see on screen, it'll say this is a bucket of milk and water, and it'll tell you the proportions. It'll say like X amount of milk and X amount of water, right? And then, like I've said before too, or I've shown on stream, it also colors it accordingly. So the more water it is, the bluer it is, but the more milk it is, the whiter it is, and other such things. If it's like bog water, it'll be green, and if it's fucking blood, it'll be more red, right? And it puts itself on that spectrum based off of the whatever the sum of the liquids. So the frustrating thing about this right now is I'm giving my players I'm probably gonna inadvertently give my players too much control to swindle this poor woman out of her money. I say inadvertently because I'm gonna put system checks in here that like make sure that the player's selling her enough milk, and that the mixture isn't totally diluted, but that basically if you wanted to swindle her out of her money, you could probably water down the goat's milk. It's just that like fuck man, like, you know, because it's weird. If I make a system that like calculates how much the player should get paid for it based off of the actual contents of milk within the sort of mixture, even though there was like water in it, then it's like, what is this young woman magical and she can read the exact amount of milk within this bucket, within these bottles or whatever? Like that's crazy. How does she know that? That's too much like. Is that too video gamey? That's a little weird, right? It's like. Or do I put a little line of dialogue that says, okay, this milk tastes okay. It's like she tastes it first before she buys it from me, like a fucking drug dealer. So that's the option. And then the other option is that like I just put a threshold on it, that I put a sort of manually entered threshold that I just kind of decide, hey, as long as it's above whatever, 80%, you know, as long as you're not cutting your goat milk with too much water, then I think that that's a safe like margin to sell to this poor young woman, even though you are still ripping her off. Booyah said no questions, sir. Yeah, these are existential game dev questions. I think this is a question that even Tony Lee the man himself couldn't answer. Fuck. I don't know. Yeah, I think. What do you think? Do you think I do the all-knowing sort of like omnipotent calculation where I literally just pay the player based off of the sum of actual milk within a batch? So like I'm behind the scenes actually checking like how much, like even if you fill up a bottle with half water, half milk, I'm only calculating the full cost based off of that half part of milk only? Or am I doing it off of the total liquid in a jar, but then only sort of qualifying that jar as sellable if it is above some threshold, right? Like let's say that like if you did half, it's like, nope, this jar doesn't count then and you won't get money for any of it. And then she like leaves it there or something. And then like if it's above, like I said, like 80 or 90% or something, then it's like, okay, she'll pay you the full amount for this, even though you did kind of swindle her out of her money a little bit. Which one's more interesting? I mean, I think the swindling. Because they're both sort of omnipotent still, right? They're both still is like the hand of God came in and like is deciding some just milk sale. Magical video game all-knowing for percent of milk. Otherwise no consequences for less milk. Yeah, the less, well, oh wait, otherwise no consequences for less milk. Otherwise no consequences for less. Wait, hold on. Magical video game all-knowing for percentage of milk. She can sort the milk to test its quality, right? So that's what I was like. Yeah, do you just put a little dialogue line before that where it's like, okay, this batch seems good. Like, oh, okay, you know. You know what you could do? And do the line from Breaking Bad where she like, what is his name, Tuco or whatever? She's like, woo! She drinks a little line of the milk. That's some good shit, man. Okay, I'll do the magical all-knowing percentage, right? It'll be the all-knowing percentage. And what I'll have her do is if the percentage is not 100%, if it's cut at all, if there's any water, basically if it's not a pure delivery, if it's not 100% milk, then I'll have her make a comment about the quality of the milk. Yeah, I think there's some sort of passing comment that she maybe will make, and it's like, shit. Then you kind of, then there's like a gradient of that, right? Because then if you start going really far down, it's like at the top, it's like, oh, this milk kind of isn't as good as the last batch. Oh, this milk tastes pretty watered down, and then another one is like, oh, this isn't milk. You know, like maybe that's it. Maybe I just do 3 tiers. Yes, please. Yeah, because I'm gonna hit up Tiffany Purdue, the voice actress of the young woman, and I'll have her be like, I have a reference clip for you. This is Breaking Bad. This is Tuco, and I really just want to capture his enthusiasm. Okay, so holy shit, because this dialogue tree starts getting so fucking huge for something that is so, God. I hope people realize that this is what they're paying for when they buy this game. I think she would appreciate it. Yeah. So what, you have it say like, well, please come back if that leaves the milk, fresh milk. Okay, so you know what it is? It's like, this is if it's pure, but then I'll copy this node. What? Can you not duplicate nodes? Let's see, create child node, put it right here. Copy, paste. Oh, I see. Delete, yes. Boom, make a link to this. But this one, it's like, if the young woman is home and the amount is above 2, oh my god, it's still such a frustrating thing. It adds so much. Like, I'm already just like, man, when I do all these calculations, I have to add this fucking calculation. Here you go for the milk react. yeah, here we go. All right, we're gonna make this like really tiny, and I'm gonna play it at 0.75 speed. Really tiny, like this, like that.
Oh, tight, yeah!
Okay, now one at 1.25.
Oh, tight, yeah!
Okay. All right. Oh my god, dude. So, okay. This is if the goat milk amount is greater than 2 and it is what, like diluted. Now you have the line written easy. It's genuine 1600s New England like banter for sure. There's no way around this, huh? There's really no way around this, because it really is like, you know what I'm gonna do? Hang on. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna keep the logic as it is right now, based off of amounts sold. And then I'm gonna go in, we're gonna go to the actual, let's see, starting items. Milk bottle. It's just, I like to look at them, even though it doesn't really change anything. Real milk ascends timelines. That's like a classic, that's like a 90s big milk propaganda line right there. Real milk ascends timelines. Got milk. That's like absolutely a line from a Got Milk commercial. So, milk bottle. I think actually now that I'm really hearing queer, if you go to the young woman's door interaction, I think by the door I'm gonna add a new FSM that does milk calculations, milk calculator, later gator. So you're saying you also now have the perfect Got Milk viral marketing campaign to accompany your new voice line. Yeah, there's like an unfathomable amount of value being packed into this whole thing. All right. Milk calculator. Come on. What does it do? It does overlaps, right? It's checking. Okay, in front of itself, we're gonna do debug, okay? And then it's like forward on Z, just like right. I think you should check like, let's see, 0.8. And then we'll say that it's like this wide. What is that? 2.5? 2.5. And then, oh, it's gonna have to be longer too, so I guess we'll just really stretch it out like this. It'll check her whole fucking front area, right? Well, you know what, at that point, it's like, what if you were kind enough to sort of leave the milk on the side of the house or something? I feel like it should kind of just, you know what, we're gonna do that. We're changing this to sphere. Let's reset these positional values, and we'll just say that the radius is like, if anything within this area, oops, we can offset it a little bit like this. We'll do like a 6-7 meter radius within the house, like that. So any milk left around the house like this. But then what if the player leaves it right here, right? If the player left it right here, and they're like, well, clearly it's the player who's selling the milk there. It's like, if the woman walked right by it and then didn't do jack shit, like, then it's like, what are we doing? So you changed it to 25, right? Then it's like, clearly it's meant for her. And you put it like this, because you don't expect her to check her whole fucking backyard. You basically check the whole front area. And if there's milk kind of left on the path over here, then sorry, bub, you're just not playing the game right, and you're just fucking, you don't know how to do shit, and that ain't my fault. So the check happens in this whole area, right? And then the layer mask is going to be checking default. It does no, or it will do a repeat interval, and then we'll store the overlapping as objects detected. If it doesn't find overlaps, it just keeps doing its thing. The repeat interval, maybe we change actually to 10. The other thing that's frustrating me right now is like, well, what if the player is walking up, drops the milk on the pathway, keeps walking up to the door, and the young woman's home, interacts with her, and then does the deal? It's like, yeah, they would just sell the milk because the milk is detected. But the illusion, and it's not like I'm just trying to make real life here, but there is also something kind of funky about, like, well, you're standing there at her door without any milk, and yet she's like, oh, great, thanks for the milk, even though you left it, like, very clearly, like, out of view. Is this insane to toil over? Okay, I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, that's a contingency that I can give a fuck about. So when you do find overlaps, it will say continue. Let's change this to every 60 frames. Assuming the player is playing at 60 frames a second, it'll run every second, basically. I mean, the player could even... Oh. You know what it does? Is it's... Oh man, oh man, oh man. The player can have goat milk for themselves too. The player doesn't have, I mean, the player basically does have to sell goat milk to her to do a lot of things, but the player also can have goat milk for themselves. And you could use goat milk, and I think basically a lot of times you should be using goat milk to stay hydrated and to stave off hunger, like to stay satiated. Because of that, the player has milk in their inventory. Okay, actually this isn't a problem. I was getting worried about nothing because it'll be on the ignore all layer, and so this overlaps won't detect it. I was worried. I was like, wait a minute, but then the overlaps is going to detect all of the milk that's in the player's inventory, and then it's going to sell all the player's milk inventory, even though they're going to keep that for themselves. But that's not true, because it's when it's in their inventory, it's kind of like on a do not interact with anything. Like the collision matrix is ignoring everything for their until they take it out. Okay, that's fine. So we'll say the repeat interval is like 120, so it changes every 2 seconds. Because there's no way you get inside of this without... Yeah, this is totally fine. So overlaps. And then when it does do that, what we want to do is iterate through get next. We want to iterate through each of the objects detected, loop event, loopy doopy, finished event is complat, and then result is next object. Get next object, and then you want to qualify it by saying is milk. I guess she only buys it from you in milk bottles. She won't buy it from you in a bucket. Which also needs to be made clear to the player. Okay. Getting a little hungry. How long have I been streaming? 2.5 hours already? Holy shit, man. Okay, keep going. But I should eat in like... I'll probably eat on stream, to be honest. Kind of wanted to do a big one today. So, to qualify it, we want to... I think we're just checking if it has an FSM. Has FSM. And the FSM we want to check for, let me see, what does the milk bottle have? Container. Right. It's checking for the container FSM. And the container name is milk bottle. So we'll just make sure it's this kind. Here. Bro, you have another 25 hours you gotta stream, what do you mean? Oh, right. Of course. My bad. At least 5 meals on stream. 100%. I was thinking more about like 3. I'm trying to cut back a little bit, but going a little ham. So. Killer Potato, yo, what's up? Yo, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back both to the stream and to your home, to your lovely abode. I hope you're settling in nicely. Son of a bitch, what am I doing? What am I doing? That's not what I'm doing. It's called container. Sorry, I'm like on autopilot. Has container FS, oop, that's not. Has container FSM, yes. Or actually you should just say, is milk bottle, question mark. And it's checking the next object. If it has a container, if it's true, then it just keeps going. If it's false, then it's no. And then what you need to do is get FSM string from the next object on the container called, where is it? Is container name just container name, all one word? Okay. Container name. Store the variable as a container name, and then you want to compare it to, you do a string compare to, let's make this an action sequence. You're saying, is it milk bottle? And if it's equal, then you just keep going, but if it's not equal, then you say no. And if it's no, then you come back. Okay, so that both of those will disqualify it from being a milk bottle. Basically, you only sell milk to this woman in those milk bottles. Thanks, I'm gonna hop on my Lifeblood soon, hopefully. And by Lifeblood, you mean the greatest game of all time. The greatest motherfucking game of all time. Welcome back. That's a triple welcome back. It's like, welcome back to the stream. It's welcome back to your actual state, because you were flying around like a little airplane piggy. And then welcome back to the fucking finals, motherfucker! Welcome back. That is the biggest one. You know what? We'll get a 3-stack going tonight. We're gonna hop on fucking, you know what we're gonna do tonight? I don't care how sleepy you are. I don't care how out of the game and how much you need to warm up and wait. You need to kind of get back into it, kind of get in the zone. Kind of, I don't give a shit about any of that. We're gonna play motherfucking ranked. We're gonna play fucking ranked. Arc Raiders over the finals? Yeah, clearly the popular opinion. It is. Nobody's ever gonna deny that. Mainstream society will always favor Arc Raiders over the finals. The finals, I think would change so drastically for the worse. I mean, call me a pessimist, but I just think it would change for the worse if it became as popular as Arc Raiders. I'm a pessimist. I also believe in Embark fully. Let me just say that. So that's a hard feeling to wrestle with. I hope the success of the finals only ever reaches enough to like keep it going for as long term as possible without entering that Fortnite territory. You know what I'm saying? Because when a game gets as big as Fortnite or as Halo or as any of that shit, they just fall off so nasty. You just become like, the finals has been like just the poster child for exceptional experimentation in game design, especially in such a popular genre. Which, by the way, as much as I love Arc Raiders, doesn't quite push it as far. Arc Raiders is a pretty safe game. Ban this man. Yeah, probably. I don't think any game's been as popular as Fortnite. Maybe Roblox. Yeah, but Roblox isn't a game, right? Roblox is a platform. People say like Roblox is popular, and it's like, sure, but I mean, whatever. Like, what are we even talking about at this point? You know, it's like there's the game design of what? It's like, oh, there's no like soul to it. There's no like philosophy. There's no underlying personality to the thing. Like, at least Fortnite, for as fucking like, you know, vague and is just like slop, just bring in any major IP to use as a skin kind of thing, as much as they like push that, at the very least it's chosen to hold on to its identity as far as like what the main gameplay mode is. I know they have like the Lego shit, and I know there's like all the Unreal Engine build your own game shit where it is becoming Robloxified, but like at the very least it like reached this massive amount of success based off of this like one game mode that is like whatever, you know. Fortnite was the most popular thing in the world, transcending all games. Yeah. I mean, Battle Royale was them abandoning the core gameplay thing. Right, but that happened early on enough, and then they just stuck with that, and that's what made them so popular. And then they stuck, or I guess what I'm really trying to get at here is like they didn't just become a platform at that point. You know, they were still sort of known for this very specific gameplay. Like when you were playing, if you said, "Hey, what are we gonna play tonight?" Fortnite, and you can expect like there is a set of rules that we're playing by as Fortnite. But when you say, "Hey, what are we gonna play tonight?" Roblox, that's always been like, what does that even mean? What are we gonna play on Roblox? That just means we're gonna play video games tonight on this specific platform, you know. Their game mode was co-op PvP. Yeah, I remember. I think CS:GO is the most popular, at least the most played. CS:GO, yeah, I don't think CS:GO came near the Fortnite numbers because CS:GO was too like adult-oriented shit. I think that's another thing, man. I think what I always find fascinating about like what reaches cultural zeitgeist, right? It is always just the smoothest corners get just like everything just gets rounded off. You'll never have something that is like absolutely exceptional reach those type of numbers. It just doesn't happen. You know, like really exceptional like productions in any whatever the fucking industry is that you're in, they never reach that level. Like just historically, just we've like literally have never seen that in movies and in music and in anything. Like I think music actually kind of comes close to that because you have shit like David Bowie and the Beatles were like super fucking huge. But yeah, I mean, what about video games? Video games also only until recently were pretty much gate kept by like studios and stuff. So it was like a brick and mortar kind of situation where whatever the deals you're going to get or you have to buy it at a store. So games like Cuphead, I guess, are kind of like that. But even then, it's not that still isn't so massively successful that it rivals, I don't know, like fucking Super Mario or whatever. Like I think Mario's like a really good example of that, right? Like Mario is something that like has kind of picked at like, oh, what if we experimented and tried little things here and there, but the versions of those games that have done that have either only had cult success or have comparatively to their more traditional releases flopped, you know. Yeah, Nintendo's an interesting one because at least they're trying. You know, Nintendo's like, we'll put out the slop for the babies who just want to see Mario run around and like fucking pay us $65 because we know they will and like won't ask any questions and are fucking brain dead. Yeah, I'm calling you out, fucking calling you out, all of you Nintendo babies. But then at the same time, right, in the same breath, they will turn around and spend all of like their fucking money on one project that does kind of swing for the fences, which I think is, I can appreciate that. I respect that. You kind of do one for that, one for us, one for them kind of attitude. Thank you for the wet this dry boy. Or you go out and make like Breath of the Wild, right? It's like it doesn't have to be a Mario game, but it just, Nintendo will like be like, all right, we're gonna ship a little bit of slop. It's like polished slop, but it's slop and it's for babies. And then we're gonna ship a little bit of something that like somebody had fucking genuine passion and vision for. A little bit of slop, a little bit, you know, but and it's like you can also just take your time with the sort of like the more meaningful projects. CSGO's peak was 1.5 million and CSGO 2 peak was 1.8 million. Yeah. I think also it's just like you see, what is it like? What is that one game? What's that one indie game where it's like a 1v1, and it's like it kind of looks like Quake, and it's like it's a first-person shooter. It's like you spawn into an arena, you run and pick up a game, you pick up a gun. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like that game was like more or less pretty safe, but it did enough things that were sort of like, it had like a few things that were very like, it had its conviction on. Like one, maybe it's aesthetic, fine. The cosmetics count too, sure. But like Also, just saying like the gameplay mode is this very specific thing of like it's 1v1. You have to run and pick up your gun, and it's basically a one tap kind of thing. Like that really took the world by storm. In a small way, right? Like it never quite reached those numbers, but it's like it's something that I think when people come across it, it's like in their mind, it's easy to hold more respect for something like that and to be more excited about something like that than it is for whatever fucking slop. Like what's the new one that came out that like all those people, like you put people on a horse and fucking you know what I'm talking about? The slop hero shooter that just came out. Like that bullshit. Anyways, okay, so hold on. We're riding here. We're almost about to count our milk. Is milk bottle, and then if it's not, then we're just gonna do next frame event. And it will say yes. Oops. Custom events. Yes. Boom. Okay. And if it is a milk bottle, then we're gonna get FSM float, and just, excuse me, to make my life easier, we're gonna get from container, liquid, and then we'll call this liquid amount. Okay. Ooh, and so, shit, here's where we have to get a little messy. Get FSM array. And if you get from the milk bottle, the array from the container, is it? Yeah, container. We have liquid types, liquid type amounts, and liquid type. Okay, we don't need to worry about the colors, but the liquid types and amounts, this is where we could check how much milk is actually in this shit. I think people likely were passionate who worked on. Oh, no doubt. There's, I think, 100% people were very passionate, and I think from what I've been able to tell, but based off of just like, again, I haven't played the game, but from what I've been able to tell is like they were at least also trying to put some new things together in a way that don't typically go together. That's what my impression was. They were at least experimenting a little bit with the form, and I think there's something to be said about that. I think something that's also respectable is like swinging and missing, right? Like trying something that hasn't been done before and failing is, I feel like, more respectable than just fucking copying and pasting the same shit over and over again. I think that spectrum for me personally also wanes a little bit towards like losing interest and losing respect when the thing that you're trying to experiment with is like more about kind of like how they did, to be honest, where it's just like we're gonna try putting a few things together that haven't been put together in this way. It's not like so wholly unique. It's more about the combination of familiar and common ingredients that they were experimenting with. Nevertheless, I'm still like, yeah, I'm a little bit removed from that whole thing. I kind of just handishly talked shit about it a second ago because of the backlash, because of how much people were saying like it just didn't hit, which sucks. Who's Rud Rasharma 4624? Hey bro, what's up? Rud Rash. I don't know where, because certainly that's not one full name, right? Rud Rasharma. What's going on? Welcome in. Have you been in here before? The name looks a little familiar. How's it going? Same for Concord. I mean, the director, creative Concord interviews seemed very passionate. For sure. I mean, again, it's like Concord. When I look at Concord, I do think that a game like that, it has nothing to do with the like the breakthrough success. I don't think. I think that like, you're. It's exactly kind of the point I was trying to make a moment ago, is that like usually when you're so almighty and successful, like that's usually a sign that what you're doing is familiar and accessible and kind of has like an exciting coat of paint on it, or just maybe hit the zeitgeist at the right time, right? Some sort of like immeasurable X factor that like people will in retrospect always try to like say, well, it was because of this and because of this and because of this, and then you have whatever. The academics will argue forever about like why Fortnite was so popular, but I think the only thing that like you can ever really distill something's like popularity to will only really come down to like it was right time, right place, you know, like a zeitgeist thing. The degree of like confidence that some of these people have when they say why something was successful is always just it's embarrassing, I think. It seems like Highguard is trying a lot of new things, in my opinion. Yeah, it seems like they're trying a few new things. I don't know about a lot of new things, but a few new things. They have mounts, different game modes, different format. Yeah. Again, I'm like a little disconnected from this, but out of the maybe total hour of videos of people explaining like how the game plays and what's in it and stuff like that, it does seem like, yeah, they swung for a few new interesting things. I can't say it's like so wholly like, it's not like they made this like really experimental thing, right? They're still making what is essentially like a hero shooter. Fragpunk is an example. Yeah, actually, I don't know much about Fragpunk either. Payload sucks. I don't know what Payload is. I think the backlash is real dumb, honestly, even though I don't want to play it. People decided it was the worst thing ever before trying it. I mean, for me, I'll say this right out the gate, it just looks uninteresting, right? When they showed the trailer at the Game Awards, like, I remember watching that and being like, why is this? You know, like, I know my opinion was untainted by the consensus when I was able to just watch Jeff Keighley tee it up, and I was like, oh shit, we're about to see some crazy shit. And I'm watching it, and in the first like 15 seconds, I was a little hyped just because the cinematic of it was kind of, you know, that's exploiting my fucking psyche in that moment where I'm like, okay, this is hype, this is hype. But then as it kept going on and going on, I was like, this game is gonna be one of those ones that's just like not for me. Like literally just the hype trailer of it. You know, no feedback from anybody else, not hearing about what anybody else had to say about it. Like first time fully untethered like impressions, I was just like, there's nothing about this that's terribly exciting to me. Not even knowing what the gameplay is, right? I'm saying the impressions of like, do I care about inhabiting this world? So yeah, I'm not the type of person who plays games in like that, like, oh, does it have game feel in this like I'm a little removed from playing games in a void, I guess. Like I don't know how to explain this other than the context of it needs to appeal to me. The framing of it, the narrative, and when I say narrative, I don't mean the story. I mean just like the sort of like the world building of it, like literally the paint job on it, right? It needs to appeal to me. Like there are games that mechanically would feel really interesting and like I'm sure are fun in their own abstracted in a void kind of way, but like if the paint job of it and if the context of it isn't something that appeals to me, then like I don't care. Like I don't care. It's like that to me is when you're playing it because it's a spreadsheet kind of thing, or like it's because it's a fidget toy or something like that. Being juiced isn't enough for me. Being balanced isn't enough for me. It needs to be juiced, balanced, and have context that I'm interested in. Like Witcher for me, I'm like, I don't know if that world is super appealing to me necessarily. It's just on the verge of like, okay, it's like kind of this medieval thing. Like I'm not totally averse to that, but like when I see the way the characters act, their tone of voice, the presentation of it, it doesn't really turn me on. But I can also just sort of like zoom out a little bit and see that like it might be worth trying because it's close enough to the type of context that I'd be interested in, and also I've heard nothing but good things about its delivery and all those other sort of like abstracted aspects of it, right? But Highguard, yeah, the aesthetics to me. You know what a good example of this is Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, I have like a really great time playing for the most part, but I get really cringed out and like turned off, and I literally will put the game away whenever it leans too much into the like ancient technology aesthetic. Like the fact that you have an iPad essentially in Breath of the Wild has always been a huge turnoff for me. And like, if they would have put that in a different context, I could have enjoyed myself better. But it kind of makes me cringe whenever that stuff pops up. And like, that means that the moments following that have to be so engaging for me that I want to keep playing. And I played enough of it. I probably maybe put like 30 plus hours into Breath of the Wild. And I had a lot of fun in a lot of places, because the whole ancient technology stuff is not like super front and center, but it existed enough where I was always like, this is kind of stupid, But I recognize that outside of that, like, the function of those things, I appreciated, and it felt good to do and use and stuff. I feel like that's like maybe one of the best examples I can give of like why that kind of shit doesn't matter to me. Why like High Guard kind of seems stupid to me. Show the gameplay of what? For High Guard. Oh, wait. Hot take: High Guard tries more new things in the finals. It's definitely not true. I think the finals is more interesting for me, but yeah, it's definitely not true. It's 100% not true. Like, the finals is so top to bottom trying new things. Yeah, it is a hot take. It is a hot take, and I know you're definitely a cheeky little contrarian. So I'll humor it. Does indie devs able to buy bread? No, indie devs cannot buy bread. If you've been in chat long enough, you'll know that we're all very poor here. Way closer to hero shooters. Nope. It's not. The finals also just mix things that had already been done before. Destructible environments aren't new, nor getting scored to the hero abilities. I don't really play the Zelda games, I've never gotten into them. I think the one played the most was I think the one I played the most was the emo one on the Wii. Right, that one was also I wasn't crazy about that with the Wolf Link. Right. I know what you're talking about. It's the way that all the things that combine in the finals, it has infinitely more strats and possibilities. So what I would say is that, like, yes, there are things, like I was saying before, I do appreciate it when people pull disparate things together and try them in new combinations and stuff. That isn't the full sauce for me, but I appreciate that. So foundationally, that's already a good start, right? And then on top of that, though, is where like the tools and mixture of things, like of the physics is I think that's like what's the most exciting part. That's where they're really like pushing and trying new shit, and like that's awesome. Like I don't know how many games are constantly doing these tool sets that really change how, in a way more dynamic environment, can be sort of like, can have that payoff, the risk and reward thing. Like, obviously a lot of tools in games do that, like the whole like risk and reward thing, but like I think the experimentation in which each individual tool, like I'm looking literally at the toolkit of like the lock bolt, the way it performs, like the different type of boring techs, right? Like the drill bore and the whatever the one the light has, all those things. I think that is all new tech that is only available because of all of the prior foundational stuff that is, and the foundational stuff is more traditional, right? Like they took a foundation and they're like, cool, we're gonna expand on that and put it into a combination that games haven't done before. Fine, that's a great start. And then so because of that combination, though, being able to make all the equipment and all of the like the level design, especially like with the maps, the way things interact with like how dense a flat environment is versus having all the verticality if it's spaced out too. That's like really, that's new ways to fucking do level design that we just haven't seen before. Like literally games just haven't done that before because like they haven't had the foundational systems that would make any of level designs like that interesting. If any games had level designs like the way the finals does, they're mechanics, like mechanically, it would be so boring to play in those environments. But because the finals does have all these systems, specifically with like all the physics, like, you know, characters are just as physics based as the environment is. That is like, that's some of the best shit, man. Like, that is so amazing. Let's see. Is all the ways that can wait? It's the way that all the right? What is a new thing that the finals? I just said all that. What is a new thing that the finals tried? Yeah, everything I just said. And then, hey, what? Don't call me out like that. I was trying to say Highguard was closer to. Oh yeah. Highguard is closer to hero shooters, right? It's a static thing. I'm on the final side. I know you are. I know you are. I mean, the finals more than I like the finals more than Highguard, but I like the finals more than Highguard in terms of appeal, and I've had fun playing the finals, so I'm not on the side of Highguard. I know you're playing devil's. I know your personality is to be devil's advocate and to sort of intellectually fucking try to like get in the little pockets of like what ifs and exceptions. I appreciate the academic in you coming out. I've watched your streams enough to know how you like to think about these things, so it goes much appreciated. I'm not saying either of you are on the side of anything, and yeah, I know you were joking about saying that you were. Okay, so Rainbow Six Siege, haven't really played a lot of it, but when I sat around watching my friends play, I was also never super duper into what was happening. But yeah, having like, there were a few sessions where I was able to watch some people play, and like I was like, this can get some pretty thrilling moments. Like the design of it, yeah, it can get some pretty thrilling moments. Get back on task, Steven. You have a game to make. I know. What will you do if you did not find your desired 3D asset for the game? I would either make it for myself, hire a contractor, or ask a friend. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. What you won't catch me doing is cranking out generative AI slop. I mean, Rainbow Six Siege has very dynamic levels, text and physics-based stuff and discretion. Yeah, but clearly it's like it's a way different setup, right? And it's like I would say maybe the pace is also kind of what changes there. And what do you call the there's like a scale, right, of like fantastical setting versus realistic setting. I think since the finals is so cranked into fantastical, it opens the possibility space up more for them to just have more fun with, like I said, the myriad of other things I just said like 5 minutes ago about like the types of tools and all the specific situations that I mentioned. Because like Rainbow Six is like, yeah, it's going to lean into the more realism, and you're creating an experience that is cool in its own way, but you're also saying that like now we are bound by like, you know, like your imagination is gonna find some play area within realism, but if you're also saying realism is a factor that is under consideration, then your imagination has a cap, right? There's a glass ceiling that like imagination needs to abide by within realism. You're saying that like the considerations I make need to sort of be bound by these things. When realism's out the window and you're saying, hey, our game takes place in a virtual world, then it's kind of like you still have a ceiling because you want systems to abide by a predictable like a predictable set of rules, right? Like any good world building in any type of media, but especially in video games too, where you want to like know how things are going to work when you're trying to like win something. You want it to be like understandable and to not surprise you in a way that feels like incorrect or that you've been cheated or something. So you still have a ceiling on yourself, but when you are on the full end of the spectrum of like fantastical and not realism, the possibility space, I mean, it's like, yeah, you open up way more like options. The finals main thing was it merged hero shooter and movement from games like Titanfall. Those are a couple things for sure. Yeah, those are a couple things. Okay, so the GetFSM array. The thing that I wanted to look at was the liquid types, and I think I'm gonna get liquid types. Here, we're gonna do this. We're gonna get liquid types and liquid amounts, and then we're just gonna make sure that, let's see, array, liquid types, and this is a string array. and then we'll do it again, and I have to change these so they're not targeting the prefab after. Yeah, we'll say this get container data. The liquid type amounts is a new array that we'll make of floats. A? Yeah, wait, what the hell? Oh, because when you do this, it sets a get FSM array. Okay, and let me just drag this in. Milk bottle, container, liquid type amounts, liquid type amounts. There we go. So now we have all the info that we need about what's inside of the bottle. And then we can, I guess what is the question here? The question is like, let me turn on some of these lights. I guess the question is like, is there enough milk? I think I told myself I would do this and then get to this part and then make the decision, right? Because here's kind of where I get to make the decision about like how much milk constitutes. It's like you pay for the total percentage of milk, and then you just have her, you make it output like a weight, right? Between 0 and 1, how much of this was actually milk, right? So I think what you do is you add the sum of the liquid amount, right? So you make the sum of the liquid amount. Let me we'll make a comment here, or here we go. We'll make this list. 1, add each container liquid amount. Kill Potato, I'm gonna get jacked for you right now. Let me just finish writing this list. Add each liquid container amount to liquid sum, right? And then you want to add each milk, specifically goat milk amount to goat milk sum. And then you calculate the percentage of goat milk in that sum, right? And then maybe you say, you say, put it on a 0 to 1. What do you call that? Normalized? Put it on a 0 to 1 scale. Called goat milk purity, right? And then you could use that goat milk purity to, let's break this up a little bit so we can see like this. There we go. I think that's the list, right? This is how to calculate goat milk purity. Goat milk purity. You were wondering what that was? The milk calculator? This is what folks are tuning in for. The milk calculations. Okay, get container data. Let's change all these because they should be next object, and next object. All right. Baby's getting hungry. Baby's getting real hungry. As Justin said, I'm gonna have to have one of my 5 meals today soon. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours. We ball. I think, wait, it's at 2:58. I guess I was about to say I haven't hit my tipping point where it's like I'm so hungry that like I need to get food, but that's not a healthy thought to have. Because I'm actually pretty hungry right now. And I'm just like, oh, what should I do first? Should I wait until I've hit exactly 3 hours of streaming? Or do I push it further into when I finish this system and then I eat? But I'm kind of like, wait, that doesn't sound like a healthy mode of operating. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Let me think for a second. I have ramen downstairs. I have waffles. I can't have waffles again. I'm probably just gonna warm up a thing of ramen. The pressure of making a decision right now, like, literally made me like shift my attention back to the game. I was like, maybe if I just work on this, like, the problem will go away. Okay. No, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's pull up the big boy text thing. What's it called? Big text, large type. Here we go. S, right? So we're gonna say at 5:17 p.m. PST, Steven went to go to get his ramen. Give him, or you know what we say? Getting ramen back at, and then I just say, it's gonna take me a minute to get downstairs, so that's 5:19. Okay, no, it's gonna take me a minute to finish thinking of this calculation, so it'll be 5:20, and then it's gonna take me 2 minutes to warm up the ramen, so that's 1:22, 5:23. Back at 5:23 p.m. Okay, here we go. Let's see. How good am I at that? Let's find out. Be right- Did I make it back in time? 1 minute early. How about that? How about that shit? Okay. Let's see. Let me just move some of this shit around. Got my ramen. Got some of these snacks. Okay. Okay. Hello. What should we put on while I grub really quick? Or I guess I could just talk to y'all, huh? What did I miss? Ram wanted. Oh, I should have put egg. I didn't put egg. No, I didn't. You got this. So how are you guys doing these days? Anyone else in here? Number one finals hater still here. Shocked. No. Right. Okay. How y'all doing? What's been good, y'all? I got these Costco ramen bowls. You know what? Actually, what's funny is that I ordered ramen takeout like a week or two ago, and it was because Killer Potato had ramen. Killer Potato showed me a ramen bowl, and so I ordered it from my favorite ramen place. And then after that, I started ordering. All right, I got this big Costco bowl. It's not bad. Doesn't really taste like ramen necessarily, but it's good. Oh, I can put this away. Work on the milk calculator. Got these. Just crisps, sir. Just have a little bag of crisps. Little bag of crisps, Gove. You know, I wonder, what the fuck? Come on, focus. Is Booyah still here? Or is Booyah gone forever? What is up with this? There we go. Booyah still hanging around? Can Booyah read the kanji? I kind of know some of the. Actually, no, I don't know. What was that? Ah, and I don't know what the other one was. I should know several of these, but I don't, which is even more sad. Oh, on the side it says ooh, or is that ooh? And then sushiwa something. Sushiwa? He left forever. He's always here and he knew he had to go. I'm still here. What time is it? Hey Siri, what time is it in Japan? I said, what time is it?
10:26 a.m.
Okay, yeah, that's enough. I've had about enough. Yeah, you said 10:26. I've had enough. I'm done with you.
Okay.
God. Sorry about that, guys. So, the milk calculator. These are all the rules, right? I think that checks out, right? That's like I think I even have an action that's like get percentage and put it out as a normalized value or something like that. To really speed this process up. And then you set that value, right? I guess what's kind of interesting is, oh shit. It's like it's getting all the milk in this area. Wait a minute. Yeah. It gets all the milk in this area with that value. You know what I might have to check is the milk crate. In fact, I'll do that before I finish writing this because I need to make sure that the milk crate shit works how I remember it working. But what I spent a bunch of time considering was how the player can use these crates to interact with the things that go in them. And the milk crate, it will detect collisions and put milk jars in it. So even if you drop a milk crate on a bunch of milk jars, all the milk jars will get automatically put into the milk crate. Or you can drop a milk jar onto a milk crate and it'll get added to the crate. And it kind of adds it all like nice and neat, like it puts it in its little slot or whatever. But you can also interact with it both ways, while holding a milk bottle and while holding the crate. Interacting with the other will put the milk bottle in the crate. So whatever habits or assumptions the player has about what the mechanics are of how that should work, I've tried to make as broad of a... I've tried to afford them as many options as possible, basically, and try to accommodate as many sort of expectations about that that are like, damn, do I really not have any napkins? Hold on, let me just get some napkins really quick. Oh, also, you know what's really funny? I think Killer Potato mentioned this recently about like Phasmophobia not having like a toggle, or forcing toggle or hold or whichever it was, basically kind of only choosing one or the other for crouch. But I was like, bro, wait a minute. My game only has one option. And I still haven't converted my whole setup to have key binding options either. I might still do that one day, and I know it's a sort of crucial thing for like an indie dev to abide by all those things, but there are enough games that don't do that where I'm kind of like, fuck it right now. You're hungry now? We'll get some ramen. You know what it is about this ramen? Is that the broth is too clear. My crouch is also C, you see? So I am just as much of a villain as the devs of Phasmophobia are. I do have a pretty clever way to fix that though. I mean, it's totally fixable no matter what, but I have a clever way to be lazy and to fix that. That I might implement. It's just shit, man. I took this lesson because this game I put out what, like a year ago, over a year ago, and was working on it, you know, like months before that. So I have since learned my lesson about when working on a game, how I design the inputs. And the answer is to basically just get the input system that I want to use working out the gate. How hard is it to make a decent menu in a game? Because I've always wondered that. It just depends on what the menu does. And it's not necessarily about it being hard. It's just about it taking time. And that like, yeah, like some of like the simplest ways that things are set up, like it has to sort of abide by other things in your game. Like it's not always as simple as it sounds, for sure, but I think for the most part it is pretty simple. Like I don't want to talk shit to the Phasmophobia devs or anything. It's just that they might be prioritizing things. Like changing keybinds. Well, it used to not be super simple. Like changing keybinds because you use a freaky key layout. Well, I was putting, see, I'm left-handed, and I was putting in what I thought was a pretty standard right-handed key layout. All my games I designed for right-handed people. I am like not servicing my own kind. Left-handed freak, I know, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, it's like I just have to go to the places where I put the part where it's looking for input, and I would have to replace them with the version that would more easily allow me to make a key rebinding thing. Because making a key rebinding thing is something you kind of only ever want to have to do once, and then use throughout other projects, or have a system that somebody else already made. But in my case, which is like the preference, because somebody already solved that problem a long time ago, and I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. And they made a solution that has stood the test of time, and that has largely been considered to be a flexible, robust, yeah, that's what my easy solution is to go in there and replace it. Shit, I should've got a spoon, because now I'm over here trying to fucking chopsticks up like tiny pieces of vegetable. Okay. 1 second, I just want to put this bowl somewhere where it's not going to spill. All right, back to it, shall we? Okay. Let's do some milk calculations. Add each container liquid to amount. Okay, here we go. Int, or no, float. Add. Call this liquid sum. We're going to add liquid amount. Do another float add to goat milk sum. The amount is goat milk amount. You know what you need to do is ask has goat milk question mark. Array contains array liquid types. Now here's where it kind of sucks, because I think I'm gonna have to go dig for, well, let me see, what does it say? Milk bottle, container, init, add liquid, source container, Source container, source container, source container. Son of a bitch. I don't remember where. Let me see. I guess let's go to the also. Let's get the tunage going again. I think the goat of the goats is, where is he at? Players area. Goat female. And then we want to go to teat. And then goat teat. Milking. No. Goat teat. Ready to milk. Grabbing. Where's the part where it actually... Oh, milk production. No. Milking? Container fill? Oh, hit container. Ah, here we go. This is it. Goat milk. All one word, capitalized G, capitalized M. That's what I was looking for. And so now we can check for that. I have stuff I'm working on, but I am jonesing to play the finals so hard. It's been almost a week. That's rough. That's rough. I've been playing a lot less because I've been so fucking wrapped up in other shit. Went to the big ICE protest here in Los Angeles the other day. Me and my friend did some streaming shit, like just out of my house. I went for some runs and tried to stay outside a little bit longer. You know, normal human being shit. And then one day I was just feeling kind of shitty and like didn't want to stream, and I mean, I'm still playing the finals, to be honest. Just a lot less. Hell yeah, though. Yeah, no, it's good. There's some rough matches. There's nothing worse than getting to the end of like a long day. Where like, and I mean long as in like long and negative. And then hopping into a match and just having like a dog shit match. Like not even, because like losing can still be fun, right? You could still lose and it could be like, oh, that was exciting. There was some hype moments, whatever. But having a dog shit match where it's just like lost end, or even if you won, but it was just like weak, like you're, I don't know. There's just like, there's a way of like enjoying a match that like, or not enjoying a match that is just salt in the wound. Okay, how's goat milk? And if it's true, is contained event, sends yes. Is not contained event, sends no. And then we go back if it doesn't have milk, right? There's no reason to calculate that milk. And then, especially when playing solo, yeah, exactly. Because at least when you play with your friends too, that's always gonna be a good time. If it does have goat milk, then it comes to here, it adds the liquid amount. Yeah, it adds the liquid amount to liquid sum, goat milk sum. So here you would also do the array get, and you would say from liquid type amounts, using the index called like goat milk index, and you would store this as the goat milk amount. and you'd store this as the goat milk index. Okay, so when you check for it, you're also storing the index, and you get it here. Let's make this an action sequence. Cool. Okay, so let me follow my little list I made. Add goat milk, calculate the percentage of goat milk in that sum, right? So now we have, we'll call this add sums. Or it's more like add two sums. And then now we get the percentage, right? Don't I have a percentage? Wait, really? What? I mean, I know we could do it with a float operator and everything, but I could have swore I made like this one action that delivers a percentage and a 0 to 1. Maybe it was this. Okay, we'll get this. Okay. Percentage. This one does not do the... That's okay. I guess we could just use a percent. I didn't need to have a normalized value, so it would be nice. Float variable. Wait, what the hell? How would it know? Oh, this is not what I want it to do. No. Hang on. I have an action for that. Let me see. Keep a battler repo, assets. 1 second. Where is this guy? Custom actions. Stevens custom actions. Search percentage. Is this one just called? That's float get percentage. Here, I'm gonna put both of these Mama Jammas in here. Like that. Okay.
Prepare the Legion for battle.
Searching Interactive just rated with 4 viewers. Hello, Searching Interactive. Welcome in. Oh, you know what I didn't do, and you're gonna have to remind me because I'll do it in like 15 minutes. Is somebody redeemed a get jacked, but I'll have to do it. Welcome in, Raiders. Mama Jamma. Searching Interactive. Hey, nice tunes. Right? We're grooving over here. I'm doing some of this. Right? Right? We're jamming. Welcome in. How's it going? You, let me see. Who needs game dev when you can dance? Who needs dancing when you could game dev? Am I right? Let's just stay inside, no friends, all video games, 0 social contact, 0 physical exercise, all digital, all online, all the time. Criddle Games, thanks for the follow. The Legion welcomes you. I'm already scared. Good horroring. Oh, I'm glad. What camera do you use, by the way? I use a Canon M50, I believe. And Searching Interactive, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, y'all. Hope you had a nice stream. What are you working on? You doing also indie horror stuff, or are you doing other stuff? I'm gonna have to give you a little look-see. I'm working on this update to my game, Witch Stories, which is available on. Thank you. This is what I would like to see. Crab meat. Hang on. The music stops. The music fucking stops. Wait a second. Wait one damn second. What is this? Crab meat. Hang on. And I'll show you my, here. Let me just put it in here too. Because Witch stories. Boom, 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 boom. It's not my current game, so when you type in the current project thing, it puts in a different game because this is actually an update to a game I've already released. But there's the link. So what are we looking at here? What are we looking at here? Oh my. Click into your prisoner tasked with crab for priceless. Okay. This looks pretty good. You know what I'm appreciating is a lot of these like animations. These first-person character rigs are looking good. Okay. Dude, this looks fucking cool. This looks fucking cool. That's funny. Right on, some nasty barnacle ass crabs. Dope. March 10th. That's soon. Play the demo today. All right, adding to the wish list. Adding to the wish list. That looks like a good one. Very nice. Very nice. What are we looking at here? Sick. All right, keeping an eye out for that one for sure. Welcome in, and thanks for the raid. Just released demo. Perfect. I don't know if I'm probably just gonna, depending on what your price point ends up being, I might just outright buy it and play that first. Because I hate when a game is promising enough and it lives up to my expectations or exceeds them. And then you're playing the demo and it lives up to or exceeds the expectations, and then you're like, shit, like now I gotta fucking go play I'd rather just already have the real game, you know what I'm saying? We'll see what your price point is. We'll see how much of this you want from daddy. Try to play it. It's still not clear in the marketing, but it's also mouse only. Oh, okay. That's also pretty interesting. That escalated fast. Pretty sure I said $7.99 in the press release. That's pretty good. You know, you're gonna hear it here first, folks. So the thing that I'm working on, Witch Stories is already out. You can see I just put the link, right? And it's currently $4.99 at what its original version was, or is, right? The version that you can play on Steam right now. That was a year ago that it was released. I made a few tiny quality of life improvements and some bug patches, and like, yeah, at the smallest bit of content was added, mostly as in the shape of quality of life. But this was supposed to be the thing I'm working on now here on screen was supposed to be a Halloween 2025 update. And I was going to put a few of the ideas that I had on my wish list for this game originally, but just didn't have time for it or whatever. I was going to start putting them in. I was like, and then maybe I'll do a little bit next year and then a little bit after that. And every year for Halloween, maybe I could just kind of add to this, right? But I missed that deadline, and I was just like, fuck it. I'm going to add everything I wanted to this game in one big go. And I don't think I'm going to do the annual updates anymore. So I was just messaging a friend this morning, like, dude, like when you get a chance, I'm gonna show this to you, like maybe next week or something. Like, I need to figure out what the price point is for this kind of thing, because I feel like it might be, and this is what reminded me right now when you said $7.99 in the press release, is that like I feel like that's like the number I'm aiming at too. And it's because I heard like the Peak guys, I forget what's the dev team behind Peak, but they mentioned something about like $7.99 basically still feeling like $5, like the whole psychological aspect behind it. I was like, I get that. That definitely still feels like $5 to me. And I don't want to underprice my game either. So like I'm currently torn between $7.99 and $9.99 because it's definitely not above that. I don't think I would charge $10 like properly, but I don't know. There is like even as the game currently exists, people play this game for like a long time. Like they put hours in on my game because it has a lot of these like branching paths and other shit to do. So the price point is like, yeah, it's gonna be a tough one to figure out. $7.99 is a good number. I like that number a lot. I would absolutely play $7.99 for what that trailer promises, at least. So what I was about to do right now is, let's see, get percentage. We're gonna get the percentage. Wait, actually, let me remember how this works. Calculates what percent X is of Y. What percent X is of Y, right? So that's what percentage goat milk sum is of liquid sum, right? And then we'll call this goat milk percentage, or percent of, I'm gonna hit the tunes again. I think that's what I want, right? I think it's like, what else would you name that? Like, I don't want to call a variable percentage of which the liquid is goat milk. Goat milk percent. That's fine. If like $7.99 still in a good range for someone who would say why not? Right. Exactly. It's very close. And like the only reason I'm torn right now is because the game is growing so much, and like the scale of it has kind of become what a lot of indies may have called like their like 6 month to year project, and they usually will end up charging something like $10 for that. And I know it really scales based off of like what type of game you're making and like what the actual replayability and all that shit is. But I feel like for what the Witch Stories update is it's leaning much more heavily into like kind of like a premium indie game, you know? Like there's a lot of like depth to it. And it's like, yeah, I think it's like, it's getting closer to that $9.99, but I'm still not sure. I think I could still end up charging $7.99. And a couple bucks doesn't sound like much, but it does have this weird sort of like psychological division, you know? Yeah. It's like $9.99 is possible. I think when I get to the end of, like when I get to feature complete and I start doing playtesting, that's when I'll have a better idea. Because some of these ideas I might end up scaling back or whatever because they might not play well, you know, like some of these systems and stuff I might be like not a fan of it after all, and the game might end up being smaller than anticipated. So we're about to find out. All right, go get percentage. Call this calc goat milk percent. And then, I mean, I think that's kind of it. I think that really is just what we do here is set variable, right? And you just call it the same thing within dialog system. Classic function name. You gotta be clear, but sometimes you gotta be creative. And I think I really struck a balance here with goat milk percent. Goat milk percent, we're gonna store that as the float value right here. Okay, now here's the other thing, is this runs every 2 seconds, right? So it's checking this entire vicinity, any milk it finds, or any container it finds, how much milk is in it or whatever, and it's checking that every 2 seconds. But I would like to make some type of check that is maybe reducing how often it does that. It's like a little much. It's a little much. Are you trying to subtly tell your players that this game is the GOAT? It's not very subtle anymore, now that you said it out loud. That's actually really good propaganda. When I make because I'm gonna make an update trailer, right? And the update trailer is gonna be so hype. I already have like a song picked out, have like a lot of cool moments I want to put in there. But now you've given me the idea where it's like you put in review quotes and stuff like that. I'm gonna put in like, this game is goated, and then like it'll be that review text will be on top of the player like getting hit by the goat. Is this a premium $9.99 which game I've been hearing about? Yeah. It's the Creamulum $9.99 which game you've been hearing about that everybody's raving about. Also, let me get full permission from both of you to use your chat messages as like review text in the release trailer. M_D Fury for the follow. Thank you. Hey bro, greetings. How's it going? It's going well. How goes it? Welcome in. Did you come in with the raid or did you find me somewhere else? Had a wee raid happen a moment ago. If you're talking to me, sure. Talking to everybody. I gotta bounce, lunchtime here, but good luck with the game. Thank you, and thanks for the raid. Enjoy your lunch. And I'm gonna keep my eye on that Crabalicious horror game you got going. Looks very interesting. Thanks for swinging by. This game is goated. We got Grandpa 2026. Not only do you not have permission to use my messages, Andrew, get fucked! Why not use my message, but I will abuse my mod privileges to make sure nothing is usable. Right. Booyah, famously a part of the DOJ, or who is it, the DOJ that released the Epstein files? Who's in charge of the Epstein files? The DOJ, right? Is that who it is? I mean, it was Booyah that was like, that pulled out his big black marker and was like, redact. So like, I get why you also want to do that here. Now this is the goat's message. Better not. Not only did I release them, I redacted them and redacted them poorly, right? Yeah, your big black redaction marker was vanishing ink that you get from like a magic shop in Las Vegas when you're 8 years old. Oh no, Booyah's Epstein files. Yeah, it's Booyah and Stephen Hawking like hanging out by the pool. Oh shit, you guys are getting a little too wild right now, a little too wild. Okay, goat milk percent. You know what, if this, I'm just gonna let it run. What is the overlaps amount? Repeat intervals 120. What if I change this to 240? If it runs every like two, what is that? Wait, divided by 60, what is that? 4, every 4 seconds? Times 60, yeah. Shite, did I hear Stephen was there? Hanging out with Stephen Hawking? Only if it's cooler that I was with Stephen Hawking than it was not cool that it would be at Epstein Island. You know, whatever, we weigh things out here. We run checks and balances against like the cool factor versus the throw me away in jail factor. Stephen on Stephen. Stephen Hawking was my role model. Dude, Stephen Hawking is kind of the goat too. Yo, Stephen on Stephen is pretty funny. An exclusive NPR interview. All right. What are we doing here? So after this completes, complat. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put this set variable here. We'll say set dialogue system. It doesn't need to be here, but well, you know, it really doesn't need to be here. Never mind, I'm putting it in here, and we're just gonna send up here. Like that. So this just loops. Okay, so should we do this? Should we check if this milk calculator works? Can we calculate our milk? This is a big business, guys. The milk calculator is actually going to be like pretty damn crucial for the game. I'm not even kidding. This is what you do to me. Stop deving, more bantering, just use AI. Oh wait, hold on. You're right, by the way, you're right. But I have such bad ADD right now. Check this shit out. Look at this. Holy shit, are you guys seeing this? Wait, that doesn't even cut it. Hold on. I'm gonna do it like this. Check this shit out, guys. Are you guys seeing this right now? Swear to God, I'm sober. On God, I'm fucking sober right now, but look at this. Look at this. Are we not seeing this? Do you guys see it? Go ahead, call it. Call it in the chat before I do it. Call it in the chat before I fucking do it. We're gonna do it with, we'll do it with blue. Call it in the chat before I do it. And that is, by the way, what I totally do in Booyah's chat is like, stop deving, more bantering, just use AI Pro. Hey Cortana, generate pictures of all the Alpine Lake characters on a beach with Stephen Hawking, Bill Clinton, and other sort of miscellaneous Epstein cohorts. All right, nobody's calling it, so I'm just gonna do it. Here we go. Look at this is what I see. You see this? No way I'm the only guy who saw that, right? I just see, I just see things that normal people don't. I'm just kind of on a different level in that way. I just kind of see things that y'all just don't. And that's fine, that's okay. Teach his own. But am I crazy? Burb. Burb, we have Burb. This is Burb. Blue burb. I saw a family of blue burbies the other day on a walk. Little baby blue burbies just drinking from the puddle on the floor and flying around the trees. Okay, let's hit the play button. Let's see if this calculates milk. Here we go. Also, I think it's called being high, not you just being better. I'm sober, and I'm just like clicked into ways of thinking that are just, I don't know, like just kind of, I don't know, just different and unique and just special, I'm just really tapped in that way. Alsasa and I. Well. All right, here we go. It's a little dark, isn't it? Let's put this candle over here. Okay. So check this out. I can pick up this milk crate and then just drop it on these milk. Wait, what? How come it's not? You used to be able to... No way. What happened? What happened? Please tell me I can at least do this. Oh, there we go. I don't know why it didn't let me. Okay, we'll just do this. All right, we got our milk crate. We need to go get some milk. If I can get our goat over here. Where are you at? Come on, let's go. Hurry up. His mom calls him special.
You're a special boy.
Where is this girl? Is she stuck? Is my baby girl stuck? What? Come on. Let's go. Here's fine. I just want to do it out in the sun so I could see a little closer. All right, that's good enough. All right, look away. This part's a little graphic. Let's do one long drag. There we go. Big pools, big pools, big pools, big slow pools. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. So put this down. So there's 10 in there, right? 10 units of goat milk. And then right mouse button to pour. I can't speak. Okay. So look at, fill those up. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. What? Oh, because I'm out. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Right, and now it should have 0. Okay, so then you know what I'll do is I'll take some of this water and I'll put it in that last one. So we're selling her 5 bottles of goat milk, and then yeah, 2 bottles or 1 bottle of water. All right, here we go. And you stay here. Stay there. Okay. Slow ASCO. It is. It is. We should also, speaking of slow, let's turn on the map. Go this way. You got a lot of teat mechanics in this game. Oh yeah. I mean, it's a very motherly game. This is a game for moms. This is a game made for women, by women. About women. What is it? What's that one test where it's like, if your thing has any men in it, it fails? This almost passes that test. Okay, so we're currently here, right? We're currently in the vicinity. So, oh, look at that. Look at that. It never passed, it never pasta, it never tortellini. Next object, ground cube. You know what it was? Is because there are so many things. Yeah, because it's checking in such a large, well, I don't know. I feel like it's checking on the default, the layer mask is default. Are these milk bottles changing which layer they're on? Bottle slots. Where the hell's my inspector at? Holy shit. Oh, right here. Yeah, it's on the default layer. Wait, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, but you know what? When they get, when they put, damn. Okay, one tiny thing needs to get changed. But basically, when I add these bottles to this crate, their rigid body gets removed. Else they sort of make the root rigid body. It needs to be a compound collider, else it breaks. POV, you blind and only hear audio. What? Oh, what, I talking about milking and teats too much? If two women talk to each other and don't talk about romance. Right. I've made like one thing in my life that passed that test inadvertently. And I was proud to hear about it. Like somebody came up and like, did you know you passed this? I was like, I do now. I'm painfully aware of it now, which is good. I think it's a good test. Okay, promise I will work on the house when I'm more free. Don't even trip. In fact, you're gonna make my life harder if you work on that house. If you work on that house, that means, that implies that like it's gonna be waiting there for me to like do other things with. But as of right now, it being just a shell of this fucking shell of a house with nothing in it. Spoiler alert, this is how sausage is made. Then, you know, as it stands, I get to keep working on these systems in a very simple way. But if I change that, I'm gonna have to like, oh, is the door open? Is it locked? Is she home? And like the witch, you know, like all this extra shit, and my life's gonna become a nightmare. Okay, but yeah, so I get why this isn't working. Let me also just look at this FSM one more time. Here. Right, it came here, it got an infinite loop error. Playmaker has like a built-in thing where by default the value it'll cancel at is 1,000 loops. You could change that number or you can even turn that off, but it's a good way to check if something is doing more than it should be, or you've poorly designed something. Poorly. It never arrived at get container data, which means that it never detected a milk bottle. So is the milk crate not even? Hang on. Milk bottle crate. This should have been detected though. Oh, maybe it didn't get it. Okay. So now I know a couple things to change. Because this milk calculator is also hitting that infinite loop error way earlier than I thought. Because it's only checking that ground cube, and every time that ground cube doesn't pass, it's going back. Okay, fair enough. Son of a bitch. Okay. You know what I'll do right now is I'm just gonna turn it on one more time and then see what it catches. Okay, did it? See, now it does successfully do this. Okay, that saved me even more time because it does detect the milk bottles. They don't need rigid bodies as long as they have a collider. Good. And so what that means is, here it is, goat milk sum. The liquid sum is 168 and the goat milk sum is 140. That means the milk percent is 83.3, baby. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. We have successfully calculated the goat milk. Well, now I have incentive to finish it. Masochist. Or no, sadist. You're sadistic. You get off on the pain that I endure. Okay. Great. Well, we just put a frame buffer in here, so that works, and we just put a frame buffer in here. Right. So. Complete we'll send here, and we'll put a next frame event. Call this buffer. All right, but no, complete. Yeah, this is the only loop, right? Yeah. That should work. I'm even tempted, to be honest. Like, with this overlaps 240 repeat interval, I'm gonna say this will run again if no overlaps were detected. And we're gonna change this so the repeat interval is actually 0. Or wait, what is it? Yeah, it means once. So it just runs once. And then if it doesn't find anything, it'll just come to this buffer this way too. So that way both of these are using the same buffer. And instead of using a next frame event, I'm gonna set it to wait 3 seconds. Okay. All right, we ball again. Well, I'm glad that basically worked on the first try. Okay, I guess I can keep this. Damn. Okay. There used to be just that cheap trick of being able to collect all these. It's fine. Okay, I'm gonna take this. I think we can even milk the goat into these. So come here. Oh. Okay, so we should be able to like put them right here, and then one of these will probably get filled up. Wait, goat teeth, there we go. Yep, look it's filling up that bottle. Okay. And then put this right here. And I'll take this one and fill this up with water. Right, so we should be able to get a 50% from the calculation. Because the total liquid will be 4, and only 2 of them will be milk. Okay, so we're here. We should be, so we have 1 jar of milk and 1 jar of water. What? That's not right. Hang on. What? What happened? Variables, liquid types. Ah, why does it not think that it doesn't? Oh, you know what? When I collected water that way, I wonder if I forgot to add to the arrays. The array. Good thing I caught that. Holy shit. Milk bottle, container. Look, it never got add liquid. Yeah. It never got add liquid, so it never added to its arrays. Okay. Damn, I wish I had more chips. So that means that let's look at the container controls. Oh, wait. That's not necessarily the bottle that we selected though. Hang on, let's come over to the actual thing. I don't want to make any assumptions here. Okay, so here's our water one. This one, container, it did get the add liquid. The source container, hang on, container controls, collect water from that to this. Incentive? Yeah, I know, G. Other container, water trough small. Yeah, I think that was a null value just because it should reset somehow at the end. Okay, fair enough. Source container liquid is 8. Get FSM array. Liquid types, water. Okay, gets them, stores as liquid types to add. Get FSM array. Liquid type amounts to add. Okay. Mix incoming here. And then right. This never. Liquid types, water, liquid types amount, 2. Oh. Has goat milk. Liquid types goat milk. Liquid types get container data. This is where it's kind of confusing me because I don't know why it didn't. Liquid types, yeah. I mean, it should have got them from here. Get FSM array, liquid type amounts. Next object. Goat milk, goat milk. Array contains. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Add to sums. Liquid type amounts. Wait, am I dumb? Hang on. I think I missed a crucial part here, right? How did it do that other calculation right then? The other one was like spot on. And it recognized get container data. It gets the FSM arrays. Does it have goat milk? If yes, then go ahead and add goat milk to the... Oh, wait a minute. If it doesn't have goat milk, it should still be adding the liquid sum. That's my bad. Oops, and I should have just tested it here first. Fuck, whatever. We'll call this add goat milk sum. But this one will be add liquid sum. Right here. Boom. Boom. Okay. Locking in again, locking in. Here we go. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. And then it gets the, yeah. Oh, and then you know what else is in the buffer? We need to set float values for, I mean, for all of these, huh? Well, let's just do the sums. There we go. They both get set to 0 because we're adding to them. And I think the other one, since they're doing a get, they just always overwrite that value anyway. Yeah. Okay. That should be pretty tidy. Pretty tidy. All right, let's run it. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna make one thing of goat milk, one thing of water. And I'll even do it the same way. Milking them. Here, we're just gonna put, like, let's just put 4 jars, whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, so. Come on. Okay, take one of these. Okay. Put that in there. Take one of these. Put it right there. Oops. Okay, fill that up all the way to the top. Okay, 2 units. All right, there we go. 1 jar of water, 1 jar of milk. And let's just speed run over to the other house. All right, now we are in calculation vicinity. And if we select this, that's still not right. That's still not right. Let me turn, let me put these in here. And then let's let it keep running. Okay, just waits like a few seconds each time. Surely it's run once or twice by now. And yep, we have 2 things of goat milk. Overall 4 of liquid. Ah, there we go. Okay, there we go. Why did why was it wrong the first time? All right, we see it running there. It gets 2 and 4, and that's 50. 2 out of 4 is 50%. I should move around these. I should move this goat milk sum and liquid sum first, just to be safe. Because it seems like, I don't know how much of a factor that was right now. I only move these resets for the float values just so I could compare them and do the math in my head like myself and just make sure like, yeah, that the number is checked out. But maybe for whatever reason, this order of operations also is just doing something I can't see. I'll take that win. I'll take that win. Yag, what's up, Yag? Can you make a game that is a scathing critique of ICE? I'm not even fucking kidding, and it should be obvious at this point that I wouldn't be kidding about that kind of thing. But for the last week, I've made I go on my walks, right, and then like one day I was like, yeah, I was like, I kind of want to make a game that educates people about the functions of not just ICE. Fuck, why am I blanking here? Fascism. I wanted to make a game that kind of gamifies you as a person functioning within the system of fascism without directly sort of like you know, you're opting into fascism as a concept, as like a greater system, and how the sort of like fascist infrastructure might sort of like hide or otherwise masquerade other parts of its systems, you know, to not so like overtly be fascist. Like there are smaller cogs within fascism that you might look at and be like, oh yeah, that's not fascist, but that it as a cog in this greater system creates fascism. And so I wanted to make a game that did that. And so one of the key systems and actually the thing that like kicked, obviously because of recently, the thing that kicked it off was ICE. And I was like, yeah, because kind of like, you know, when you look back at like film history and stuff, or even literature too, for that matter, that we glorify war. And there is something that like to some extent the human experience can see the excitement behind the sort of like violent nature of all these atrocities that we have in one way or another been involved in, right? War being sort of like, I think one of the primo ones, or even like murder mysteries and stuff, or even like when a hero kills the bad guy kind of shit. It's like you still can kind of get that visceral rush of like what violence is as a glorified thing. And I was like, yeah, there's definitely a way. I think there's got to be a way to sort of like teach people about the inner workings and mechanisms of fascism by letting them indulge in a very perverted thing, you know, in a way, but to kind of like let them indulge in those perversions in like a safe space. You know, how perverted is also sort of a spectrum, right? Like on one end you get the things that are sort of innocuous enough when you look at them by themselves, and then on the other end of the spectrum it's like, oh, there's no way that's innocuous, and you can clearly see how that is a mechanism that exists within fascism. Anyways, yeah, so on my walks home for the past like week or so, like I've called one of my friends just to spitball ideas about how to sort of like gamify like fascism, basically, and how that would be cool to like to make a game that does that lets you indulge and be a fascist, right? And so subsequently teaching you how fascism works and making you like aware of and like familiar with, right? Where you can be like, oh, I recognize that as a thing. Like, have you ever played Tetris so much that when you were sitting in traffic, you started to see like the spaces between cars as like moves for Tetris? Or have you ever just played any game where like you were involved in a mechanic so much that in your day-to-day life, you started to see the parallel of how that mechanic, you know, you started to kind of do the function in your head of how that mechanic plays out in front of you? I think fascism is a really interesting thing to attempt that with, because it's like, yeah, the more you can make people recognize how they are partaking, or, oh, look it, I'm tired enough to drop things. If you can make people sort of like familiar enough with those inner workings, then I think that could be like a really interesting way to sort of like arm or educate human beings against like fascist systems. Melt Ice coming 2026, a game with many melting devices like flamethrowers and magical abilities to throw fireballs. Right. That's an idea. That sounds fire, to be honest. Nice. So is that the idea before or after Hotel Cannibalism? Well, clearly it goes after, because I have my priorities straight. Hotel Cannibalism is like, I mean, I shouldn't even be working on this right now. I should be working on Hotel Cannibalism. And you still haven't DM'd me. You still haven't. I mean, like, the sooner you DM me, the sooner we start spitballing ideas about bringing it to life. I'm not even kidding. You might be running a bit. I'm not kidding. I think the idea of Hotel Cannibalism sounds like a very fun idea. I don't even know yet. It's just a fucking running bit that they were doing in Booyah's chat for like ages, apparently. But I was like, that actually sounds like fun. See, and that's what it breaks down to. Those two lines. So you're in a hotel and there's cannibalism. Like, the possibility space there, man, this is endless. It's endless. All right, let's move these actions around and call that system finished. Buffer, take these, put them here. Action sequence done. Good. Okay, so we calculate that now, and it sets the milk percentage. Sounds like Texas Chainsaw, but a hotel. Yeah, except less Texas and less chainsaw and more cannibalism and you forgot almost, and more hotel, like that. Texas Chainsaw is very little chainsaw and a lot of cannibalism, if you've seen it. But we're talking about like the ratio between chainsaw and cannibalism, especially in the title card. I think that is about the extent to which Hotel Cannibal has like been developed, is like its title card. Of course. Yeah, you got it. So let's move on to the next part of this checklist. So wait, does she just wait? What is the goat milk percent? We're gonna put that in there. You know what I'm gonna do is there's kind of an easy way to do this where like you make a child node. Oh yeah, look at, oh, there's an easy way to do this now. Look, conditions, you say if this new variable, new goat milk percent, which is a number, is less than 80%, right? Then it goes to this dialogue, which is something that says like, this doesn't look like it's all milk. Or maybe she said, I'd prefer to only buy all milk. Yeah, that's an easy way, because I'm still letting the player get away with diluting it if they want to, because it's like 80%. Yeah, this works. My goodness. Okay, and then make link back to here. Oh, thank God. Yes. Okay. Holy shit. So we might actually be able to fucking sell her milk now. And then now what we have to do is fucking do the calculation for the payment. Isn't it keep a manual override next after which update? It is basically. I'm gonna be juggling two things. Actually, I am currently juggling two things in a way. I'm also working, I don't know if you guys saw the Echo Paradox. I've talked about it on stream before too. The Echo Paradox video game. Where is it? Right here. But this game, the guy who made this game, he and I are also working on a little project right now, and it's slowly but steadily coming together. I think in the last like few weeks, especially, Steam has kind of picked up. So technically this is also like kind of one of my current projects, but yeah, like the next one that like is like my full baby that I'm gonna be focusing on is Akiba Manual Override. I'm gonna pick back up where I left off. I left it off in a pretty good place, and technically I have not stopped working on it, because I still on my walks occasionally will kind of mull over some things in my head, take notes, come home, do some like, I haven't opened the project, right? Like actually opening the Unity project I have not done, but like in all of my notes and design document stuff, like I'm cleaning things up, really like consolidating things, clarifying shit. And while I'm not doing that all the time, it's still pretty actively on my mind, and getting its like the manual for Akiba Manual Override, or the documentation rather, is a living thing right now. This is what makes AI great. It's allowed this game dev to work on so many games at once. Way to go, Gemini, featuring Steven. Thanks, Cortana. Yeah. Thanks, Cortana. Without all of your AI power, I've been able to work on 10 games at once and release none of them. Yeah. By the way, this is a fun one. This is a good one. Like if you're into the sort of like Art Bell kind of cryptids, like classic cryptids kind of stuff, it does still have some like modern sensibilities about it, but like the Echo Paradox I think is largely like that, you know, like the opening level's like on a farm with like little gray men, you know, so that's the kind of vibes you're signing up for. It's like big B movie vibes mixed with like there's a modern movie in particular that I won't say because it's a little spoilery, but yeah, it's a fun one. And made with Playmaker. And it's Bro's first game, Bro's first ever game. Why release when we can keep working? Why keep working when you can keep playing, right? There's like release, there's work, and there's play. And I'm saying over here, you know, you got Stalker 2, you got the finals, you got Arc Raiders, you got the finals, you got Silk Song, right? The finals, right? You got Alpine Lake playing the demo over and over again, and then you got like the finals, right? Season 10 is gonna come out in like a month and a half. What about Flying Car Game thing? You got the finals, right? And the finals. Don't forget about the finals. What about the Flying Car Game thing? What Flying Car Game thing? Flying Car Game thing. That's what he saw. Oh, that's what. Yeah, Akiba Manual Override is the Flying Car Game thing. Here we go. I'm gonna bring. I think you could do. How do you do it? I think you do like current project. Is that how you do it? Does this work? Yeah. There you go. The second link brings this up. This is Akiba Manual Override. Flying car game. It's not necessarily flying cars. This just so happens to be the popular build that like I've been using and running for a lot of the stuff. Yeah. Are these looping already? Yeah. Akiba Manual Override. Damn. I can't wait to pimp out this page with all the new shit. Holy shit, you guys are in for a fucking treat. I thought the manual override was the overclocking. No. That's Akihabara Overclockers, the canceled project, or like indefinitely shelved project. I'm not gonna play Alpine Lake until there's cannibalism in it. I mean, I think there is. I think Booyah's not telling you something. Booyah's definitely holding back. I think that's gonna be the big surprise. The 1.0 is gonna be like a huge, like lore drop that none of us have heard about. Okay. When she gives you the money, she sends an event that does a calculation and sends you money. Let's see what the old lady one does. So the old lady, empty basket. So it sends this event to send, empty egg basket, and it sends this unique event. Okay, right. So I want to say I should be able to like copy and then go young woman. How do I paste? Control V? No. Create node. Where did it put this node? Oh. Can I paste onto here? There we go. That's weird that you have to select the node to paste. Okay. Have you seen the film Synecdoche, New York? It's about a theater director who, and by the way, yes, Neely Tobias, welcome in. Hello, how's it going? How you doing? It's about a theater director who essentially scope creeps his work in progress play into beginning an enormous city-scale living ecosystem, very relatable for solo devs. Not only do I know it, here we're gonna do this, youtube.com/StephenScottDayGames. Okay. This is the premier YouTube channel that you want to be. Actually, how big of a thing do I have to like go into like scale through this? How far back do I go? Holy shit! It's in. Where is it? I think it's in. Okay, it's one of these. How do I make these bigger? Okay, here we go. So like, look at. Is it in here? Or is it in here? What video did I put that in? Maybe it's this. Let's see. Yeah, look at it. So this is from how many years ago? 5 years ago. Holy shit. I love JavaScript. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. The Legion welcomes you. Hello. Welcome in. Neely Tobias was just talking about Synecdoche, New York, and sort of it being about like scope creep and how indie devs can relate to it. Check it out. 5 years ago, right? One of the first devlogs I put out for Memories of a Spy, right? Here we go. I'm also going to pause this music so we can hear.
If you think it'll take 3 months to finish your game, expect it to take 6. Yeah, this 48-hour game jam is gonna be so fun. And then 48 years later, and you're redoing the UI system for the 150th time. What?
This.
When are we gonna get an audience in here? It's been 17 years.
You see?
See? So yes, it's one of my favorite movies, and it's like it's not just for the meme of it. Like obviously, I thought the same thing as you, that like it's a very apt symbol for the way, not just like game devs, but I think a lot of people's creative projects. Game devs probably do have it worse than a lot of others, but for sure, my whole life I've known creatives that like start things and don't finish things. Synecdoche, New York is wonderful. It's one of my favorite movies. And I saw Synecdoche, New York in theaters and got to ask Charlie Kaufman a question. I don't even remember what I asked him, but he came to the screening and had a little Q&A. I've probably seen it maybe a dozen times. It's a long ass movie too, but it's one of my all-time favorites. You have so many projects and you want me to DM you about starting another one. Well, you get the fires. What am I trying to say here? Here, while I spin my fingers, you guys come up with what I'm trying to say. You come up with the idiom that I'm trying to. Somebody beat me to it. Get the gears turning, right? Get this ball rolling, right? Gears turning, ball rolling, whatever this is, it's moving along, you know what I'm saying? And it's not gonna be so soon after that like you hit that like exit velocity. Those things take time, and that's why I'm always willing to sort of humor that. And if it isn't like, something that you can just talk about with friends or whatever, and it becomes something bigger, then it's like you move your priorities around. But I fancy myself as somebody who does actually like, know when to like put their effort and like ship things. Video games has been a very interesting learning experience with that. Like I've shipped a handful of games on my itch.io. But when I decided that I would only just like focus on shipping something on Steam with Witch Stories, like I did it, I don't think it's a particularly hard skill to sharpen. I think the main thing that you want to do is like make sure that you are like kind of like stoking the flames of anything that gets you excited, so you can always gauge whether or not your enthusiasm for something is still there. And if you find that like the enthusiasm is like what you're relying on to finish a project, then I feel like that's a problem. But as you all know, like I've kept working on shit until like like, or not, maybe not all of you know, but like I don't really put things down, or I don't commit to projects unless I'm like sure that I want to ship it, like that like my intention is there. It's kind of like dating. It's like when you put on your dating app, your intention is you're looking for long term. Does that mean you're gonna marry this person? Not necessarily, but like those your intentions are there. And I think some people maybe flirt with game dev in a more looking for short-term kind of way, where they have a lot of fun and they get fulfillment. I've heard people just outright say, I just like to have fun building the thing. I don't necessarily care about shipping it. And that's not really the type of person I end up collaborating with. You know what I mean? Sorry, let me go back a little bit. Yo, all good here. Working on some procedural destruction stuff in Godot, which is proving to be a fun time. Who would think smashing stuff would be so therapeutic? Of course, yes. I was so angry about ice stuff recently, and I played some finals. I'm always going to bring this conversation back around to the finals, and that was also very therapeutic for me. Haha, yes, yep, for sure. Charlie Kaufman in general is super interesting. I love Charlie Kaufman. You get the ice melting, right? That's what this is, right? You get the ice melting. It's like when the ball of ice is spinning on the heated concave platform, right? It's just spinning around, and then the ball of ice is just melting and getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. What is the flowchart dialogue package? ArtCadev. Sorry, I didn't answer you right away, but ArtCadev, the dialogue flowchart thing that I'm using, is Pixel Crusher's dialogue system, which comes highly, 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 highly recommended. Pixel Crusher's dialogue system has been used in a ton of your favorite games, probably, or at least a ton of a lot of people's favorite games, and has been battle tested over the last like. I think it's also been out for about a decade. I think it's another one of those old ones. Maybe even longer, to be honest. It's a good one. very user-friendly for like what most people want. I think it's also fairly priced. Good stuff. Let's start 100 projects, then we could make a video titled, I'm making 100 different games right now. Yeah, right. Dude, I've done the like, not quite as crazy as that, but I've done the like, I'm trying to make a game in 48 hours type of YouTube video, right? Which is just a game jam. And while I was making it, I got so obsessed and was having so much fun with it that it turned into like not 48 hours as in 2 days, but I was like, wait, I want to keep going. And so I was like, I have to set a deadline for myself before this turns into something way crazier. And so my deadline was 48 cumulative hours. So that over the course of like a week and a half, I was working on this game. But you know, like, I sleep, I eat, I go hang out with friends, but cumulatively 48 hours. Yeah, that was another game that I finished. It was fucking falling apart and janky, but like I gave it to like my cousin and some friends to play. Halloween 2025, yeah, I ate my words on that one. Well, that was also because I was like moving back home from like, I had been traveling for a whole year. Those are sort of, you know, exceptional circumstances. You've gotta hone your tools. You've gotta hone your tools so they're sharp when the right project comes along. Yeah, I believe that to an extent. I think that one of the tools or skills that you hone should be shipping a thing. I think that itself is a skill, and people should familiarize themselves with that, because not understanding what it's like to fully have a product in like the hands of other people it's not all the way there, you know. That's why in the past, even though I haven't released all my games on itch.io, there's a nice handful of them, and while I've only released technically one game on Steam, you know, besides releasing on those platforms, I've at least taken like my games that are like playable and like kind of feature complete, even if they're a little broken, I've at least like taken them to the end where I've been able to ship them to a friend or somebody I know to play, right? And I think that the value that you get out of like shipping it to somebody where you can just be hands off and they just you know, like you don't have to explain anything to them and they could just play the game, I think that's like a skill to hone. Because sort of like writing without user feedback for like super long, or like just kind of like, I don't know, it's just I think you guys get what I'm saying. Yeah, it does. Marry every time easy. Marry every time. What does that mean? That's true. It's why jams can be so worthwhile. Yeah, jams are nice for beginners too, or if you're just kind of in a zone where you don't feel particularly pressured about like release schedules or anything like that. But I also think jams can be a bit of a what do you call it? Like a trap. I think a lot of people get stuck in the jam trap. Okay, wait, what was happening? Oh, empty basket. Here we go. So this node is I had this set up, so it basically sends an event that says to my egg basket when I sell eggs to empty the basket to do the calculation for like the cost or whatever. So I could just change this to like empty milk crate. And then if I just copy this event name and I could put it on the milk crate. You know what sucks is it didn't copy over the event field. That sucks. Can I copy it from the other conversation? Old lady. Copy. Paste. Oh, I could. Nice. There we go. Cool. So I'll make this on the milk crate, which is right here. Crate, and then events, object, empty milk crate. Make it global. object, empty milk crate. And so I think I should just copy paste also the logic from the egg basket, which is right here. So this is, I put in some logic for the egg basket that kind of like caps you at how many eggs you can sell to the old woman every day. Yeah. No worries, thanks for sharing it. By the way, any thoughts about Playmaker 2? I saw some screenshots about the new interface and it looks quite neat. Yeah, Playmaker 2 is gonna be awesome. I've been working on the new tutorials for Playmaker 2. We have like, when I say we, I just mean the royal we, but in truth, Alex is the sole developer behind Playmaker 2, but he has made some really awesome, like, foundational sort of changes to how Playmaker works. When I say Playmaker, I mean Playmaker 2. So that, like, even though you'll be really familiar as a Playmaker user, being able to migrate to Playmaker 2, it'll be just like, yeah, this feels very much at home. There'll be a lot of familiarities, and you'll feel mostly in control and, like, kind of, like, cool, you get it, right? There are a few things that really change, like, sort of how far you can take it, and kind of like there's just different design principles that you can start making with Playmaker 2, and it has a lot to do with how hierarchical FSMs and substates and all those kind of things really changed the game. Because in the past, you know, with these, you're looking at one single FSM, and if you want to nest them or do any hierarchical stuff, you use the run FSM action to nest them within each other, right? That is, you could still do that, but there's other ways in which, like, yeah, I don't want to get too into the weeds, but there's other ways that you do that. And so I've been working on the new tutorials and trying to figure out how to teach people how to use those things early on, because it's such a game changer. Also a lot of stuff with update methods, the way, you know, when you have every frame or per second and stuff like that. This you used to kind of have to rely on either being able to go into a C# script and changing it yourself if you personally wanted it to function differently. But now Playmaker 2 lets you, it kind of makes actions more modular, right? It just makes them into something that is more easily customizable. I think also in the past, even if you didn't want to write code, you would still have to make your own custom FSM template that functioned as a custom action, because you could then run that template within the run FSM action and stuff like that. And like that was still great, because you could basically, your entire, you know, the entire Unity API was at your disposal as somebody who didn't want to write code if you wanted to get into the nitty-gritty still. And now that makes it even kind of somehow even more accessible. It removes a bunch of clicks. So if you wanted to get really, really nitty-gritty with like the sort of individual grains of Unity's API, you can do that a little bit more cleanly, I would say. And so that you can kind of just, yeah, finesse things. It's so hard to say without just showing you Playmaker 2, but yeah, Playmaker 2 is it's fucking cool, and I can't wait till it goes public, till the public beta launches, because that's when I'll probably start using it a lot more, other than when I make the tutorials for it, which is all I've been really using it for lately. How do you manage to focus on a single game idea and project? It's quite hard to focus on one thing and one prototype to get the game completed, or any game, as personal milestones, let alone Steam. I mean, I haven't really met anybody who has thought the entire process of making and shipping a game is 100% painless. That at some point or another, you will either end up treating it a little bit like work or a job, or kind of having that moment where you have to tell your brain, I don't want to do this right now, but I'm going to do it anyway, and pushing through that. And yeah, basically not giving up either when the problem you're trying to solve is difficult, or when the problem you're trying to solve is uninteresting. Because when it's uninteresting or difficult, a sort of I'm just gonna say this as a pejorative, but I don't take it the wrong way. But a weak mind or a weak personality will be like, well, I'm done then, and then you walk away. But it also might just be that your personality is like uninterested in those aren't your goals. Maybe your goals are not to ship a game, right? I think it's perfectly fine to be the type of person who just never ships a game, makes a bunch of prototypes because you're just a hobbyist, and that's fine. But if you're concerned with being quote unquote like professional and like trying to ship things, then yeah, you need to you need to like sit with those feelings. You know, you might not always be excited about doing something, or you might not always feel confident about solving a problem, but you need to do it anyway if you're going to ship the fucking game, or hire somebody else. You better have money to like have somebody else do it for you then. So I'm sorry to say, but my my thoughts on that are basically suck it up, Buttercup. You know, I hate being that guy, but you stand to benefit a lot from challenging yourself and like finding where those thresholds are too high for you. Like that helps for sure, because some people do want to just jump in and make an MMO as their first game, but like, you know, start small so that doesn't happen. That's kind of the only way that you can kind of gamify, or not gamify. That's the only way you can game or cheat the system. You know, you could cheat your mind by just making the task small enough so you can ride that wave of enthusiasm. Maybe solve a few problems here and there, get through a few bored moments here and there, but mostly it's just like, oh, you're just kind of cruising and then you ship the game because it was small enough. Else, you're gonna have to face those moments of discomfort more. Which then increases your likelihood of giving up. How would you recommend Playmaker over flicking my little bean and quitting game dev completely? Flicking my little bean is crazy, bro. How would you recommend Playmaker over Flu? I would recommend flicking a bean over absolutely everything. Flicking your bean over C#, flicking your bean over Unreal, flicking your bean over Godot, flicking your bean over everything. Maybe I would put Playmaker 2 above flicking your bean. Playmaker 2 is the only thing I might put above flicking your bean. But don't give up. Bro, we should play the finals in a 1v1 with a load. I'm down for that. The loadout randomizer looks sick. I'm very, very down for that. Making games is extremely painful. Everyone should just make and release Pong on Steam. Yes, yes, it is a pretty painful experience. It can be. It really can be. Yeah, you just gotta learn that. You know what I'll also say is like set up your life in such a way where like you have more opportunities to sit with your game and kind of like toy around with it. Because a lot of people are also kind of not down for the sacrifices, right? They want to go out every night. They want to pursue 10 other hobbies more than it. They want to, you know, hold down a relationship, have kids, fucking, you know, like go to school, go back to school. Like there's all these things in life that you're gonna have to juggle. Guess what? Game dev isn't something that like fucking takes 5 minutes a day, you know? It's not, it's a time vampire. Making video games is gonna fucking take a lot of time. No matter how many Groks and Geminis and Cortanas come and fucking give you a little handy on the side, like you're gonna, everybody has to finish themselves, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for your honesty. It's a job, a full-time job. It can be. Absolutely. Okay, so what did I do here? I think the thing that's different about this egg basket sale is like I calculated the cost for each egg, but I already have the number for the milk, so I feel like I could just do the milk on a per, call it liter. I don't call them liters in this game, but that's basically what they are, on a per liter basis. And you calculate them by pence. Oh shit, I forgot how much milk costs. Let me see, let me ask ChatGPT. Fucking, how much might, how much is this? How many liters is this Gatorade bottle? fluid ounces, milliliters. It's 591 milliliters. So let's say 500 milliliters. Okay. How much might 500 milliliters of goat milk cost in 1700s New England? Is that the question I'm asking? Yeah. Bro, why do you love Cortana so much? Is she your girlfriend? Cortana's the best AI of all of them. If Grok and ChatGPT don't hold a goddamn light to Cortana. Wait, hold on. Wasn't Cortana in Cortana's like from Halo, right? Didn't Microsoft just full-blown name their shit after a Halo character? Am I crazy? I don't know. In case you haven't noticed, I'm totally doing a bit, so I don't know a lot about Cortana. But I think Cortana is a Halo character, right? I always say it because that's the funniest one to me. I don't know who the hell uses Cortana. I love dropping that one. Or what's the other one? What's the Grok is also funny to use because like it's just fucking Elon slop, you know? How you don't mind me sharing, but last December I reworked my portfolio completely as full WebGL Unity app. Feel free to check it out, not pressure. Yo, check out my Discord. You can share it in the Discord. There's like a feedback section or maybe a general section. I don't know, whatever. Look at the channels of my Discord and see if one of those feels appropriate to share it in. I'll take a look if you just share a link in there. Yes, Microsoft just used Halo's AI for their real AI. Bro doesn't even know about the real world of goonable AIs. Yeah, I don't... Sorry, they haven't really added that much value to my life. It's not like when people are like, oh, well, Grok kind of has this and Gemini kind of has this. And if you use, was it DeepSeek or Deep... There's a deep one out there. There's like the Chinese ChatGPT and like, well, this one has this. And if you really think about it, like... Dude, people out there are just splitting hairs with these LLMs. They're like, I like this one because it's a little bit more and it's just like, bro, go prompt your dick in your mouth. Sometimes that's what I want to say to people who are like so obsessed with splitting hairs for LLMs. You know what I mean? Do you guys hear that a lot when people are like pulling out like little titty ball measuring contests between their favorite LLMs? Cortana is the original beautiful blue lady before James Cameron's Avatar. Agreed. I think we can all rejoice on that. Hayag, it's called Deep Suck. It's got the good suction. Yeah. It's got that good Chinese Communist Party suction. What's up, Yag? How to unlock your full potential using... Dude, oh my god. How to unlock your full potential using these 5 AIs together. Learn how to prompt all of, what do they say? There's like a nice way that some of these assholes like to, they're like, unlock ChatGPT's full potential with these prompts. Ugh, God, you just want to like, oh my God, dude, some people are so fucking brain dead. Holy shit. Every single ad on every platform is for AI something. Yeah. Okay, here's what Geppetto said though. For mid-1700s New England, a reasonable ballpark is that milk was on the order of 1.5 to 2 pence per quart. A quart is 946 milliliters. So if this is about 500 milliliters, then it's 2 of these. So if it's 2 pence for 2 of these, then you would just say 1 pence for 1 of these. I think it's fair then to say that 1 bottle of milk is a pence. Wait, 1 500 milliliter, 1 penny. Up to 1.5 to 2 pence if you want rare specialty goat milk vibes. I'm just gonna say this costs 1 pence. That sounds about right. It doesn't have to be perfect. I think I did even exaggerate a little bit the cost of my eggs just to make it easier for the player to do some counting. Otherwise, you would have to be, I mean, fuck yeah, like having to round off all the shillings and pence and everything to like, because you used to have 3 layers of, you know, currency abstractions or whatever. What is it? It's shilling, pence. What was the other one? I boiled mine down to 2 because that was too crazy. Okay, fair enough. Then we're just gonna say 1 pence. Okay. Is this? Oh, that's funny. Pence are not currency? Says who? Says who? Are we all excited for the AI bubble to burst and then stabilize to only one megacorp doing AI and ruling our lives? I wouldn't say excited so much as sopping wet. Not really excited, more like desperate and just drooling at the thought. Okay, 1 pence it is. 1 pence it is. So let's hop in here. Also, are you guys hearing this fucking Fela Kuti sounding track? Jam, big jam. But it's exciting to think about which megacorp it'll be. Oh, for sure. Let's all bet on it on what is that one? Polymark or whatever the fuck. Which megacorp will be the one running all of our AI slop factories? Okay, so let's see. Pence sum, pence to add. Oh, look! I can copy this. Coins notification, coins add. Oh yeah, I could take some of these. Let's take both of these actually. All right, we'll go to milk bottle crate. Paste these in, and it'll add money. And let's see, pence sum, add 1. And it's actually not even int add. What we need to do is get, let's see, get variable. And what did I call it? The goat milk amount actually doesn't get added in there. We'll make sure that this sets that goat milk sum. We'll set this variable goat milk sum, goat milk amount sets with goat milk sum. There we go. Okay, so now it does have that. And then we sell that to the milk bottle crate. And in here we get that variable, the milk goat amount. And that stores as a float called the same thing. And then you do an int operator, I think. And you say convert goat milk amount, and we're gonna multiply it by 1 pence and say that that's the pence sum. Yeah. Okay. Holy shit, hold on, let me catch up. With the way America's going, probably China's megacorp. Yes. CCP LLM. Bro, I feel like I'm going crazy with these fucking prediction markets. Yeah. It's honestly crazy. Y'all need way stronger gambling regulation, Gamba. Polymarket was only made legal in the US in 2025, which is, it's still just so crazy. Their CEOs are going to shit like the World Economic Forum and proselytizing about how it's not gambling, actually it's the purest form of democracy. Yeah. I love the language around it. People do illegal gambling all the time with online crypto stuff. It's especially rampant and normalized to not care about what regulations apply in the country you're in. Trump admin has made so much money off blatant corruption with crypto. Killer Potato, gotta go. See ya. Good luck on the stream. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out, swinging by, giving company, having a laugh, and all that. Depending on what time I wrap this up, I'll probably end up having dinner in a little bit. I don't know if you're still here, Killer Potato, but yeah, I'll probably end up later tonight. But tonight, nevertheless, or nonetheless, not nevertheless, or both. Either way, I'm gonna be playing the finals tonight, so I hope you're around for it. Trump made like $4 billion in 2025. Oh, brother, Jesus Christ. Goat milk. I think we could do it now. The only thing this doesn't do right now is actually clear out the crate. So we just need to make sure that add bottle. Next slot. I think what it could do, I'm tempted to make an array of them, but maybe I should just no. I don't know if this is like, because if I make an array, then there's no way of telling when I actually take the thing out because I'm interacting with it separately. You know what's really wild is I've been streaming for 5 hours. Didn't I eat my ramen at the 2-hour mark? Am I crazy? Has it already been more than twice the amount of time it was between when I started streaming and when I had my first like lunch break thing? You had more ramen? That's $80 in the ramen hole. No. Not the Tatsu ramen, which I still have the bag of by my desk and I've been using it as a trash bag. No. I have Costco ramen, which is more like ramen noodles in like a kind of a ramen broth with a few like this size pieces of pork. Just come back to Japan. I want my Konbini foods and my fucking. I want to go to Aeon, the supermarket. I love my Aeon market. Aeon Flux. It even looks like the same font as that fucking movie. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I mean, I have a good little. I have like 2 good Japanese supermarkets right next to me. I live in an area that thankfully is so like predominantly Pan-Asian that my authentic Japanese options are pretty decent at like modest prices. Modest still being significantly more costly than Japan itself. Exchange rate aside. Okay, what do I do? Do I just iterate through each of these fucking things? What if... bottle slots? Parented. Oh. Yeah, what if I do just do this? If I do this, paste, boom. If I do it first. Oh, no. We'll do it last. Like this. Continue, complete. Right, and this will just game object has children, next slot. And then I guess you just say, is there a destroy child? What is this, Epstein Island? Too soon? That was, you know what? I genuinely apologize for that. That was a fucking tasteless ass joke. Holy shit. I'm sorry. Get child. Fuck. Okay. Next slot. So we want to just get from the next slot. Bottle. What the hell is it called? Bottles. Yeah, we'll just call this next bottle. Next bottle. What are these emojis? Pats and okay? You guys giving me the pass? You saying it's all right? What if I interpreted that as like, it's all right, make more jokes like that, and I just started just rattling off like just the most depraved fucking, like, what is that one super alt-right comedy club in Texas? What if I sounded like I was one of those guys? Like I didn't interpret that as like, it's okay, just don't do it again, but more like, yeah, bro, like it's all right, fuck it, comedy's dead, do it. Like, dude, those guys, the comedy's dead people are crazy. And then we'll do destroy object. Or no. Yeah. We will destroy object. Or, hang on. You know what's kind of fucked up is like, where do we get these jars from? We deliver her the jars, right? Do we have to wait for her to like finish consuming the jars and then she returns them or something? I mean, that seems sensible, right? It's like, where are all these jars going? It's like, we're just mass producing these jars. Or, do we just empty them? Maybe we just empty them. What if we just empty these things? Spawn empty ones outside her door? Yeah, what if we just empty, because if we're saying there, what if it just emptied the ones that we were already sitting there in front of, and we just kind of, that's kind of one of those gamified things that I'm actually relatively comfortable with. So you pick them up like a real milkman. You know what? That's also really cute. That is actually really cute because it kind of suggests like an interiority, you know what I mean? Like a sort of like autonomy outside of like the world keeps ticking even when the player's looking away kind of thing. I do like that. That's the type of magic that like I don't think people realize how hard it hits. Like when it does happen, it's like, oh, that's so cute and that's so funny, but they wouldn't ever articulate. Like most casual players would just like rarely articulate that kind of thing. Slender Milkman. That's a good easy solution. Yeah, the easy solution would be to just empty the ones that are already there, right? It's like, it's okay. I think, I do really like the idea of like they get spawned there though, like the empty ones. Oh, hang on, what about this? What about you combine the two? You empty the jar, and then you put it, you just like, you literally, it's using the same jar. So it's like if you were standing there with a crate of bottles filled with milk, it empties all of them, but then it removes them from your crate and then it puts them down by the door. And it's almost kind of like the illusion is that like, you know, you gave her all those bottles and she's giving you the last batch of empty ones that she has. Is that like, would like the player pick up on that, you think? So you just instantly have to pick up empty ones? Yes. So this is my only beef with it, is that you're now telling the player you have to pick up all these things and kind of, but I don't know, there's also, to be quite honest, I enjoy like interacting with things if they have enough like sort of like physicality to them and the right sound effects and everything. But like I feel like it rides that line a little bit where I'm not sure if picking up 6 bottles and putting them in is too tedious, or if it feels nice in the sort of context of a, you know, the larger game being that like people are engaging in something that is about kind of having the tactile part, right? Like you're signing up to be like, yeah, I'm like cranking the water well. I'm picking up the things and putting them in places, you know, to feel like you're touching the things in the world. I'm gonna do that, and then if people complain about that, and I'll even ask specifically about shit like that. If people are like, it's fucking annoying, and I hate having to pick up 6 bottles every time, then I could just change it, you know, or maybe even make it a setting where just check a box and then it just lets you. Yeah, I'm super open to just removing that if they don't like it. Right. So instead of. What does it do? This is going to be an action sequence. Let's take a look at the milk bottles really quick, because I think there might be. Let's see, container dunked. I'm gonna try sending this container dunked event to it and see what happens. It might fill it with a black liquid, in which case, not the right solution, but there's an off chance that it will effectively make the bottle empty. Container dunked. Okay. All right. I'm just like mulling over it a little bit more just to make sure. We'll try it out. We'll try it out. Container dunked. Because I don't have a container like empty total like event yet, and I can add it. I don't mind, but let's see. Send event. Jesus fuck. Great opening. I went to the game page for Witch Stories and forgot about it, and then the trailer auto played like 2 minutes later, and I just hear knocking in my ear like what the fuck, and a baby crying and some Englishman yelling. Yeah. Nice. That's happened to me before too, but that's expected. Welcome to the club. Okay, we're sending this event to the next slot. Object. No. What was it? Container dunked. And then what? We like. I think the game is too scary. Can you make it less scary, please? Okay. There'll be a toggle where it turns the witch into like I don't know, what do iPad babies like? Like whenever I think about making something in contempt, the target audience that like I'm contemptuous of are iPad babies. Right? Little sloppy toppy babies. Can you add like happy things? Yeah. That's what I mean. I'll add like like instead of the witch, it'll just be like a 3D mesh of the Fortnite logo. Like the actual text. It'll be 3D, you know what I'm saying? It'll be a 3-dimensional mesh of the word Fortnite, like as the logo is displayed in game. That's what the witch will be. I guess we'll have to kind of tilt it sideways so it's like more vertical, just to kind of match the dimensions of the witch. So the skin swap is easier. Oh yeah, I love it. Another idea: add 6. Oh yeah, for sure. We'll be like, oh, how much am I getting paid for this milk? Oh, like 6 or 7 pence. Like how much milk is in here? Oh, like 6 or 7 liters, milliliters. For sure. I feel bad for iPad babies. It's not their fault. It isn't. They're. You know what's crazy? Can I say this? Is this a safe space? Wait, can you guys tell me if this is a safe space really quick? Don't forget Tuco's voice line, for sure. But I'm gonna have to use the censored version though. He can't say tight. That's like a bad word. Tight is like a bad word. You have to have him say like skibbity. It'll be like Tuco's voice saying skibbity. But it's a space. Okay, that's close enough. I feel like there's an A in safe, and that's like a quarter of the way there. So, you know, close enough. I feel safe enough then, right? I can trust you guys. Safe space. iPad babies, while it's not their fault, doesn't really reduce the amount of contempt I have for seeing their stupid fucking brain rotted asses arching their backs like hunched over a fucking futon, like throwing their nasty booger and candy covered fingers, smudging up the iPad, like just like their brain taking an absolute shit. Like just a long, you know, like have you ever just like eaten something really terrible and then you just like you go to the bathroom and it's like you're pissing out of your ass, but it's also just like that, like, you know, the meme of the long wet fart reverbed out. It's like that. That's what I imagine is happening in their head. It's just that. It's just something about that makes me so angry. Just like it just makes me want to fucking, holy shit, man. It makes me a violent human being. Okay. This isn't a safe space unless you use the uncensored Tuco voice line. Oh, now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Caw! Is that what that is? Ah! You shouldn't trust me. Steven hates babies. Cancel Steven. Steven does. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. If that cancels me. I love babies though. I love babies. I just don't like iPad. Okay, so there's babies and then there's the subhuman, you know, don't have the same rights, you know, like quite honestly, to the contrary, like should have the opposite of rights, whatever that is. Sort of like iPad babies give me the right to sort of infringe on every right that they would have had if they were not so subhuman, if that makes sense. Okay, hold on. Okay, container dunked, and then what? And then we put the bottle. You know what we do? I got a cheap and easy way to do this. You say, now I'm thinking of like 5 other ways. You say, yeah, here's a really cheap and easy way to do it. You do a raycast down from the next bottle, direction -y, space, world, and then 0, layer mask, environment only, hit point, call it hit point, right? And then you literally just set position of, and I'll clean this up a little bit, but let me just make sure that this mostly works. In world space, hit point. So you're literally just like going bloop, and just like plopping them down on the ground. Good enough for now. I think I'll have to do, yeah, there's some changes to clean that up for sure, but I think for the most part this is a chill way to do it. Remove bottle. The opposite of rights is crazy. Yeah. I mean, they deserve so much less. I feel like I'm being really kind here. iPad babies are just the, like, you really, I wish more people would exercise the amount of restraint that I exercise when those really morbid thoughts, you know, like, again, it's like, it's all those, what do they call it? I think it's like the space something. It's that comedy club with a bunch of fucking, like, super, like, conservative ass, like, when they make fun of trans and all this other shit, all these, like, really just kind of out of touch comedians. You know what I'm talking about? I wish they would exercise, because I feel like a lot of people have, like, morbid or fucking mean thoughts that cross their mind, but only sort of as like a, like, what's her, there's also that one comedian who's actually a really wonderful person, but she struggles with OCD, and for a long time she was like, she thought she was like this evil person, but she learned that she just has OCD, and that OCD kind of like, a part of it is like the compulsive thought aspect, which is that, like, if you can make the connection, then your brain just kind of will, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you like believe in that thing, but that the thought still crosses your mind. And so some people who are unaware of that distinction become like really like harsh on themselves. And you know, like, thank God for therapy, because like this woman was able to sort of like yeah, just like to take care of herself. But it, like, so she's a comedian who like has to deal with that, and she's turned it into really good comedy, which is also kind of funny, because like that is usually what brings people into notoriety, is like being able to kind of call out things that like that maybe a lot of people are thinking but aren't saying. And I think that's also probably how all these fucking right-wing ass comedians end up finding like a bunch of out of touch people as their audience, because they're like, hey, yeah, I've thought that too, but didn't really stop to think of like whether or not that was actually a mean thing to say, or if they're punching down or whatever. Also, I just realized something. You said the iPad babies are the target audience that I'm contemptuous of, as if this isn't a game merely taking the piss out of iPad babies, but that you want the iPad babies to be your primary players, which is a hilarious image. Right, they're hitting Q, they're spamming Q, which is the hush button to like hush the baby. Yeah, that is actually a very funny observation. That's really funny. Okay, let's see if this automatic milk crate emptying business works. How do we do it? I think we just, let me just make sure that there's finished. Okay. All right. I feel like I'm gonna be missing something, but we'll see. Here we go. Damn, there's some jams playing. All right. Oh wait, can I do this? No. And I can't do that either. Okay, good. I might add that actually, because that'd be a good feature. I think with the egg crate, you can do that maybe. Okay, we have these. All right, and we have to sell her milk. I'm gonna do this actually as fast as I can. Yo, let's go. Speed running this. All right, there we go. Oops, like right there. Goat teat. There we go. Long, slow drags. There we go. Okay, pick it up. And then, what is it? Right. Okay, that one, that one, that one. Wait, is that full? No. Okay. Boom. All right, so we're able to sell that many. Good. Bro's gonna follow me all the way over here if I don't. Okay, good. Oh, and then she has to be home. So, what's that thing that Andrew, aka I already forgot the other, not Mark Lee, because Mark was not the name. Baby's first words, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Oh, because they say only what they've been hearing the whole time. Oh God. What did Booyah Pixel Crusher's grandma teach me earlier? It was like watches. Ah, here they are. We'll say young woman first encountered is true. Add runtime variable. Young woman is home is true. Okay, I think that should be good enough. Here we go. Okay. Let me just make sure it's calculating, right? So do we have 2, 4, 5? 5 times 2 is 10, so there should be 10 units. Yep, okay, goat milk sum is 10, good. So, here we go, moment of truth. Knock on door. Sell goat milk. Fresh milk. God keep thee. Clearly I forgot something. Ah, I never sent this goddamn event. Right here, this one. We'll do this one. Make link, boom. Make link, boom. Okay, now. Oh, wait. This will be this. Okay. Here we go again. Knock on door. Sell goat milk. Fresh milk, God keep thee. No. Okay, what happened? Let's see. Egg basket? No. Oh, I'm holding it, that's why. Dummy, stupid Steven, stupid dumbass, piece of shit, dumbass. Crate. Milk bottle crate. It did not receive the event. So, let's see. She says, fresh milk, great. It could be one of those things where on initialization, I changed some of the dialogue system stuff, so it could be that. Yeah, because this event has its target. I guess the one thing I can check too is on this dialogue events. Yeah, it did not send the unique event. That's fine. I think I just need to recompile. Okay. It's a little tedious to do this, to test this setup, but it's but I think it was just because of that change. That's fine. Okay, here we go. Damn, I got piss bad. What time is it? Okay. 6-hour stream. Okay. Put that there. Okay. 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 This. Oh, that's right. It's empty. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, I have to set the young woman is home is true. Young woman first encountered, true. Hey, true, true. Hello? Sal goat milk. Fresh milk. Okay, what happened? Milk crate. It received the event. But it never. Wait, what? Oh, I did these back. Okay, huh? So true should be continue, and then false should be again. Okay, try this again. Here we go. Knock. Hello. Sal goat milk. Continue. There we go. They are not on the ground. I saw them. Oh, well, they disappeared. Hang on. Where did these guys go? Where are these guys? Are they below me? Oh, they're still parented. So they're like a metered below. Yep. Very, very funny. Very, very funny. Absolutely hysterical. They also do need to get rigid bodies put on them. So they need to have rigid bodies put on them, and they need to be unparented. Okay. Fair enough. But basically functional. Basically functional. Milk crate. Okay, we're gonna switch this around. So this says continue, and this one says again. And then in here, sets position. And then we do like add component to next bottle, component type, Unity engine, rigid body, don't need to store the component, but it just adds the rigid body. By default, kinematic is usually off and gravity is on, so I don't need to change that. And then we need to unparent it. Like that. In fact, I might do that first. Boom, boom, boom. Next bottle. World position stays. Add that component. I might even go as far as to say, what are the? Let's focus in on these. Okay, that's actually chill. Okay. to pee so bad. Adds a rigid body, unparents it. Did I do the parenting thing right? Next bottle, no parent. World position stays. Okay. Add a component, rigid body, finished. All right, let's run it. Run that shit, DJ. Hold on. Okay. It's a little tedious to test this thing. Something about this music while I'm milking this goat all slow. What a life it is, what a life it is. And stop following me. Okay. Okay. Alright, here we go. Oh wait, gotta set the runtime variables. First encountered is true. Is home is true. Hello? Sell goat milk. Yummy. There they are. But they didn't get emptied. Let's see what happened to them, though. Where in the world did they get put? Are they up here? There they are. Milk bottle, container. Did they not? Oh shit! Wait, they didn't even receive. They didn't even receive the event. Remove bottle. Ah, fuck, I sent it to the slot. Next. It should be next bottle. Okay, I mean, let me see if I could do this manually then. Let's see. Milk bottle. Dunked. Yeah, that one got emptied. They have like a little, their mesh is like a black mesh now, which is kind of funky. This one too? Yeah. So, yeah, that gets turned into a black mesh. I get that, I get that. Boom. All right, let's see what this looks like. Those are not empty, those are, and it says it still has milk in it. So I'm just gonna need to make like an empty event. That's fine. but still effectively you know what I can do too? You could put like a sound effect of like a rattling of glass and then have her say, and here are my old empty bottles. So you still get some tactile aspect to it without having to pick them up again. But it is kind of, oh, why didn't that one do it? Whoa, what happened there? That shouldn't happen. That should not happen that way. Huh. I mean, I guess, does this work? I've actually never tried this. Not really, huh? I moved up way too fast. Yeah, that doesn't work. That's really funny though. All right. Damn near the 6 hour mark. Did I really eat my ramen 4 hours ago? Why is it so impossible for me to fucking believe right now? Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna grub a little bit more again and try to hop on again a little later. But thanks to everybody who swung by. Thanks for the raid that happened earlier. Yag, Justin, Andrew, Killer Potato. Who else was here? Art CA Dev, Artcadev. I imagine that's CA, right? Is that California? You Canadian or Californian? Nearly Tobias. Who else was here? I feel like there was a couple other, right? Wasn't Demikos here? MD Fury with the stylish font. Searching Interactive with the raid. Yeah, thanks to everybody who swung by, hung out, kept me company. Yag, later, thanks for the stream. You got it. Right back at you. Much appreciated. I'm gonna try to hop back on a little later, but yeah, I need to grub and pee. Hot piss time. What time is it? Hold on, switch to the angle, cam only. What time is it? That's right, it's hot piss time. All right, everybody, I will see you very, very soon. And if you're watching the VOD, hit all those buttons, ringing bells and everything so you know when I'm hopping on. Joining the Discord is also a good way. I make little announcements before I hop on. All right, everybody.